problems to the local grid. This is being done in a large partnership, including Samsung and SCN. You know, partnerships are increasingly crucial for us as local government to get projects like this done well, and getting the right people in the room. The technical barriers to overcome here are largely what you expect. You know, we've got local grid constraints, we've got planning considerations, and how we scale those. You know, given these installs are all on a small number of streets and in very similar houses, all built at the same time, you know, you can kind of see how we can kind of do a bit of a cookie cutter planning thing here, which we can hopefully achieve, and, you know, finally getting the right skills to install them. However, like, the most interesting part of this project for me is actually the social side. You know, I imagine lots of people here are from the technical side of the heat pump industry, but, you know, we are trying to get a range of tenancies here to take up heat pumps in this scheme. You know, we've got privately owned, we've got council housing, we've got housing associations, and we've got the private rented sector. And, you know, this is proving genuinely to be very difficult. You know, as you would expect, the take-up among homeowners has been very good, but the other tenancies much less so. You know, the sell for somebody at the moment in a council house is really, pretty difficult. You know, even though they're not paying for the work to be done. You know, you're basically asking for somebody to come into their house to do a bunch of like disruptive work. They'll have to change their behaviour, how they heat their house afterwards. And, you know, given the prices of electricity at the moment, we cannot even guarantee their bills are going to be lower. Like, you know, this is quite a difficult sell. You know, we're quite fortunate to have 8,000 council homes in Oxford, but, you know, this project has very much emphasised quite how big the problem of retrofitting all of them is going to be. You know, it is beyond simple technical and financial problems. We've also got a huge private rented sector in the city, you know, 50% of all of our housing, and how you incentivize that sector to retrofit and fit heat pumps is also a huge challenge. So, you know, there's also other interesting stuff happening in the city. We've got heat pumps in all of our leisure centres, including a water source heat pump in our outdoor pool. This is a nice example of the benefits of having shovel-ready schemes. You know, I'm a very big fan of shovel-ready schemes. Basically, somebody did the work a few years ago to work out how you could heat our outdoor pool from the lake next door, and then a couple of years later, a grant opportunity came along, and we just went like, there you go. And now we have a pool heated with a water source heat pump. We're also doing work in both the planning and energy planning spaces. We're actively involved in trying to get the guidance around noise and where in relation to boundaries you can site heat pumps changed. You know, building in Oxford is constrained by many things, but the very big future constraints are sewage capacity and grid capacity. You know, while Cambridge is running out of water, Oxford is actually, turns out, running out of electricity, amazingly. You know, if we want to put heat pumps in all of the new housing that is planned, let alone retrofitting the existing stock, we need grid upgrades and the certainty about when that's going to happen. You know, building new houses in 2024 that is hooked up to the gas network is quite simply, you know, insane. But we may well be forced to do that if this problem is not solved and solved quickly. So yeah, we're actively working with central government and potential future government to try and solve this. So finally, you know, we got a heat pump installed in our house last summer. You can ask me about my air-to-air heating system in the break. But, you know, the challenge of how to get beyond, you know, highly motivated, self-funding homeowners into the scale we really need, you know, is obviously the real prize here. You know, heat pumps need to become the easy and obvious choice, like full stop. So yeah, I hope the ideas and contacts shared at the event today can help us do that. So yes, thank you very much and enjoy the summit.
Thank you very much indeed, Anna. In my experience, Oxford City Council are true innovators and pioneers in the clean tech sector, and I'm sure you'll experience that in your conversations with Oxford City Council. So now, our headline sponsor, Centrica, join us in the form of Dan Rosenfield, the Managing Director of New Business and Net Zero at Centrica. Dan, please do take us to the stage.
Thank you very much. Right, good morning, everybody. I have to say, it's quite intimidating standing in a lecture theatre in Oxford. And I'm thinking, I've got to say really clever things. And I look around at this audience and think, crikey, everybody in this room knows much more than I do. So I'm going to keep my comments high level, if that's okay, and try and set the context for today. But first of all, I just want to say that we at Centrica, British Gas Hive, are absolutely delighted to be the headline partner of the inaugural Heat Pump Summit. And I want to shout out to Aid and Green TV for the insight and the foresight for setting up this summit and getting such a fantastic group of people together. It really is very impressive indeed. I also want to shout out to my colleagues in Centrica. For what it's worth, I know Aid's put a lot of time into networking, but I recall what a British ambassador to Paris said many years ago. The thing about networking is it's one letter away from not working. So particularly for my colleagues at Centrica, what I'd say is make sure we maximise the time and get to know lots of people. And the key thing is we follow up after this and bring real action to bear. So it's not just, as Aid said, a talking shop. It's not working. It's proper networking with a purpose. I also want to shout out to Centrica's guest of honour, Pat Simmons, who's the Chief Technical Officer at F1, and we're very, very pleased, Pat, to have you here today. Pat has over 40 years of experience in engineering in F1, and it's a great example of how we as an industry in energy have to learn from different industries who've done really thoughtful, considered transitions at the cutting edge of technology to get our job done in net zero. So, Pat, thank you for joining us. Heat pumps. Easy and obvious, as Anna said. If only. That's what we've got to do. We have to make them easy and obvious. But actually, let me take it up a level, because I think the fundamental question really is how do we decarbonise heating in the UK, and what is the central role that heat pumps will play, and how do we get there? And remember, folks, that 26%, I think it is, of all UK carbon emissions come from our heating and our personal transport. So it's quite simple. If we don't get the job done in heating in the mass market, we as a country are not going to hit net zero. So it's as simple as that. 26% of those emissions that we need to get rid of rely on us doing our jobs and doing them really well. And we know that the energy landscape is in transition. And to keep it very simple, our new energy system will be renewable, electrified, and digital. But equally, however daunting that transition is, we've also got to remember this isn't the first transition the energy system has been on, and it won't be the last. Since we were founded at Centrica, if I can go all this way back as the Gaslight and Coke company in 1812, yes folks, in 1812, we've been by the side of homeowners through every transition over the last 200 years. And I am confident, not arrogant, but confident that we can do it again. Just like when our engineers transitioned communities from coal to natural gas, our current transition is complex, but it is doable. And just as we did then, we will make the transition work for everyone. Maybe not all at once, but it will work for everyone. Fortunately, then, we aren't reinventing the wheel. And heating, as we know, has been around for 2,000 years, going right back to the hypocaust system of the Romans, right through to the heat pumps of today. And I find a bit of irony that the easiest source of heating to plug a heat pump into is underfloor heating. So the Romans seem to be doing this 2,000 years ago. How hard can it be? Heating our homes really should not be complicated, and consumers will want tomorrow what they want today: warm homes. If the energy system behind that is changing as dramatically and radically as we think it will, that's not necessarily interesting to consumers. The fundamental change is how we deliver it, but actually the consumer need ain't going to change materially. Warm homes, and we should hold on to that. Heat pumps also are not complicated. They're not a new technology. We know 2/3 of homes in Norway have heat pumps, and we're going to hear later from colleagues in Sweden who have equally deep experience in how they work in the mass market. They work. They are proven. But equally, the complexity here in the UK comes not from the product itself, not from the heat pump, but from how we integrate them into our heating systems and the fabric of our home. And we know that the fabric of the home in the UK is a particular challenge when you look at our EPC ratings and levels of insulation and so forth. So I do think, however simple this may seem, we do have to approach it with a degree of humility and recognise that in the UK, we don't yet have a track record of mass market installs. And we need to build that body of knowledge while also investing in research and trials to make it easier and more simple for the consumer. testing heat pump efficiency in a range of scenarios, including microbore systems, for example. It's not just a microbore pipe dream. So I did have a competition with Aid about who could get the worst joke in. I think I've just won. Yeah, I definitely have. Oops. Reforming EPCs and removing restrictive planning rules for heat pump installation. We know things like the meterage from the heat pump to the edge of your boundary is a problem, and we've got to deliver and change these things and make the regulations easier for the mass market. Engaging and educating communities like those here in Oxford, as Councillor Anna mentioned, as part of our Clean Heat Streets trial with the government and with Samsung as well, our partner, which I think is going really well. But also improving connectivity and smart controls. As I said, the energy system will be digital. Hive, for example, if you've got the Hive app, will play a crucial part to play, not just as a smart heating management system, but as a smart home energy management system. And I think that is key. So what I wanted to say, and this is my first key message really, is if we want to engage people in the mass market to reduce their carbon footprint and adopt heat pumps, we have to make it simple and we have to make it affordable. It is not our job to tell consumers what to do, but it is absolutely our job, and certainly our job at Centrica, to give those consumers choice and easy access to heat pumps and other decarbonisation opportunities. And that, I think, is key to our ambition to energising a greener, fairer future for everybody. I'm confident that heat pumps are and will be the central technology in that transition to secure and sustainable low-carbon heating. And while not every home will be suitable for a heat pump immediately, we do need to think collectively and get the brains trust around this in how we really engage customers and move the technology to the mass market with that challenge of installing 600,000 heat pumps a year by 2028 in a way that is both simple and affordable. Simple. As consumers take on a more active role in their home energy system, we as an industry need to give them the information and resources to take the first step on their decarbonisation journey. I mentioned the Hive app, a simple, holistic approach to home energy management, to coin a phrase now out of fashion, take back control. Affordable. We have to work right across industry and government to address this challenge. We have to work with government to recognise that policy costs currently inflate the cost of electricity, and that is a barrier to making heat pumps affordable, and we need to find the appropriate way to remove that barrier. We need to innovate and keep investing and researching in the products to find ever greater efficiency, both from the heat pump itself, but also the way they are installed, and make sure that heating coefficient that I'm learning so much about is as high as it possibly can be. But also, thirdly, we have to link it right into the energy supply system. We will be bringing forward a heat pump tariff later in the year, and I think that is absolutely critical, that to make a heat pump affordable, we have to wrap it into a tariff, and that sense of a one-stop shop relationship between the consumer and their energy supplier of the commodity, of the hardware, of the servicing, and so forth. Around that will also be a key role for financing. We currently provide 5 years interest-free financing. I'm looking at Gail to make sure I get that right. 2 years, there you go, got it wrong. Happy days, scrub that, correct it. But we're open-minded on what the future is, what that financing offer is, and what it needs to be to be compelling. Whether people want to lease heat pumps, whether they want to own heat pumps, everything is on the table going forward. Thank you for the correction, Gail. So what I'd say is, let's not overestimate the challenge of getting to net zero. But colleagues, let's not underestimate it either. And the second key message, in addition to making it simple and affordable, that I wanted to leave with you today, is that if we are going to succeed, we have to collaborate. We have to collaborate as an industry, as governments, as researchers, as charities, right across the piece. And I know that doesn't or hasn't in the past come naturally to some of us. And the sort of forces of competition and short-termism can sometimes get in the way. And it will require us to leave our egos at the door, roll up our sleeves, and have the humility to say that no one person, no one company has all the answers. So I want to make a commitment today on behalf of Centrica, British Gas, Hive, that we will invest in the rollout of heat pumps. We will learn, and we will share that learning as we go. Our investments will come in the form of our direct labour workforce, over 7,000 engineers, and I can see Chris in the audience who leads one of those teams. We will work very hard to upskill those engineers and make sure that all the learning we get in how to excel in installing heat pump is shared openly across the industry. We'll also invest in research, and we're going to put together a company later this year that will carry out fundamental research into retail energy, including heat pumps and connectivity and batteries and solar, to give you the wider picture, because we've got to really go at this and do it in an open, thoughtful way. So that's my commitment to you today, and I hope in return you'll make a commitment of partnership as well. I'm really looking forward to the day ahead and discussing how we can take that collaboration forward, how we can leverage the great knowledge and expertise in the room, and how we can make sure that we are genuinely networking and not working today. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to introduce our first panel, chaired by a local leader in decarbonisation, Mary Brooks, who's the Smart Energy Systems Director at the Low Carbon Hub and has also been a key part of putting this summit together. So, Mary, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dan, and hello, everyone. As Smart Energy Systems Director at Low Carbon Hub, I work at the intersection of energy, the energy system, and the communities of households and businesses and other organisations at the grid edge where we're all using and increasingly storing and generating energy. So a lot of what you were saying, Dan, really rang true for me, and thank you for such a lively start and intro into our panel session. Firstly, for reminding us what the Romans ever did for us, and also for not being a micro-bore. Does that beat your joke? I got laughs. I'm not sure I was supposed to, really. I mean, simplicity and collaboration, to boil it down to two words, and both of these are reflected in the experience that we have in our partnerships. We work on Cosy Homes Oxfordshire with Retrofit Works, and there are people from the team Retrofit Works here today, and also that's our domestic offering, and then on the non-domestic side with Oxford Brookes on our Energy Solutions Oxfordshire service. We take an approach through both of these that is very much about whole buildings, and so it taps into that question about fabric and what we do. And what we see is that heat pump installation is pivotal, not just from that technical and decarbonisation perspective, but also in terms of the ordering and the choices for the home and how effective and efficient that can be in the long run and what it means for affordability. We also see how critical trust is in those decisions. So that's really where collaboration comes in. And that nicely takes us on to our first panel, in which we're going to consider how to enhance collaboration to expedite the adoption of heat pumps. There's a lot to talk about here. Government support, policy, green skills, consumer education are all critical. And actually, this could be a theme for the whole day and all of the networking. But in this panel, we're going to explore other aspects of consumer adoption where deeper collaboration is necessary to elevate the prominence of heat pumps. So will you please welcome to our stage our first panel, brought to you by Centrica, Gail Parker, Heat Pumps and Retrofit Director at Centrica, Madeleine Gabriel, Mission Director, A Sustainable Future at Nesta, Vivian Geard, Assistant Director at EY, and Juliet Phillips, the Programme Lead at E3G. Please come on up to the stage. And I will hand over immediately to Gail, who is going to give you the panel keynote. Thanks, Gail.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Gail Parker, and my time at Centrica is dedicated to helping people decarbonise their home by choosing a heat pump. So I am delighted to be on this first panel, where we want to focus around collaboration on consumer engagement. It's a really challenging and growing market, but it's clear that delighting customers is going to be the key to success. And if we do it well, then we will scale. And we need the scale. We need the scale if we're going to look back and say to ourselves and know that we've done a great job at helping to decarbonise homes as part of UK Net Zero, whether that's for the UK, whether it's for our communities, whether it's for our customers, or even just our families. So the challenge has lots of facets, as Mary's just said, and we'll talk a lot about those across the panels today, and I'm really looking forward to the conversations we'll all have during the breaks to take those forward. So many of those themes will come out. However, widespread consumer action is the critical success factor here. Our recent research that we did with 2,000 homeowners can be summed up in 3 words: lack of understanding. There's a gap between interest and action, and there's a gap between the public intent around net zero and sustainability and understanding the role of home heating in that. But there is intent there. So 60% of the homeowners did say they are considering a heat pump. And for EV owners, that went up to 84%, and for solar, 72%, unsurprisingly, as a more engaged audience. And 80% of those polled also said they've taken some sort of step in terms of energy efficiency or low carbon to start that journey, albeit mostly around those commonly and well-known technologies, which is one of our challenges for heat pumps, whether that's smart metering, smart thermostats, or insulation. But whilst we've got intent there, it is not easy for consumers to act on that. There's confusion about where do I start or what do I do next, married with some of the very practical hurdles that we all know exist around getting some of our homes heat pump ready. One way to address this is to view this not as a single technology action, but it's part of a journey that consumers are on. And heat pumps and a heat pump adoption will happen for different people at different times. So we need to start thinking about the many paths and steps that people are taking in this journey and how the heat pump element fits within that sustainable home and energy transition. So how do we collaborate to nurture those pathways that can move homes towards being heat pump ready when the time is right for that homeowner or household? And how can we unlock the market of consumers who don't know where to start? They're not on the journey yet. So how do we collaborate more effectively? So let's get beyond talking just about awareness and consideration, and let's get into the detail on how do we get and help consumers to act. For us, as Dan outlined, the collaboration needs to focus on making this simple, making this affordable, and giving choice. If I take simplicity to start, it will not surprise people in the room that first on my list is to address disruption and the archetypes that we have around property. How can we collaborate better to really understand together those big barriers that we heard about in Oxford? It's a really great example where it's hard for the consumer to make that action because the steps they need to take dramatically impact their life and their home life. We're working at the moment, we're doing this test that Dan also mentioned around microbore and the impact on heat pump performance, and we're really looking forward to being able to share those results. And we're working with Salford University at their Energy House to do that. And many people in this room will be working on similar projects with similar questions. How do we bring those things together in a clear way that we can also use to help us get that consumer trust and engagement? Some of the recent policy announcements have been very welcome. For example, giving flexibility about when insulation choices might be able to be made, but there's so much more to do. How do we as a group want the £400 million that the government have ring-fenced for energy efficiency to help us do this? What's our voice and our joint voice for doing that? How do we get rid of the 3-metre rule in Wales? How do we get the DNOs to approve faster and better? How do we get these barriers reduced and work together to do that? Because every day that we delay is another gas boiler on the wall, and that's 10 to 15 years they're out of the market. We also need to give consumers tools that will help inform but also involve them. So digital interfaces, digital tools is where we need to really develop and push it. We need to be able to offer consumers really clear and well-curated options so they can make the right choices for them at the right time. And I've often heard it say that engaging consumers in heating is really hard. Well, I think we can take inspiration from some of the work that is happening in Hive. We have 1.6 million app users in Hive in the 6 coldest months of the year. And this is the really important word. That's daily usage. We've also made the complex world of DSR as simple as a toggle on, toggle off in the Hive app for EV owners. It can be done if you can give visibility, information and control that consumers value. It can be done. Affordability. So 2 things on affordability from me. The first has got to be, we have got to have a single one voice on this gas-electricity ratio. We need a fast and fair solution to that in order to make our lowest carbon heating solutions not the highest energy cost. And whilst we're working on that and pushing for that together, as Dan mentioned, I'm very excited that as a team we are very close to launching an exciting new heat pump tariff in the market while we work to the wider piece. We also need to collaborate around the trust issue and consumer confusion, and for me that's particularly around this running cost piece again. How do we get to some standardization? How do we get to data that consumers can see as clear and very critically paints the pictures and the options for them versus their gas and oil solutions today? And last but not least, choice. Welcoming a heat pump into homes across the UK is a big step. People want control of their homes and the choices that they make about how they live in them. We need to collaborate on this nurturing around the pathways that people will take to get their homes heat pump ready when the time is right for them to make that move. So in summary, scaling decarbonisation in the homes will come from delighting customers. We need to make sure and make this simple, affordable, and give consumers choice. We need to leverage the many pathways that will help improve the understanding and the involvement for consumers so that they act. And finally, we need to work together to be better. Thank you. I'll hand back to Mary.
Thanks, Gail. So before we dive into the discussion, just a quick question for the audience. Who here has a heat pump at home? That's definitely more than the average population. Dan's not put his hand up, I notice. I could maybe say, are you actively thinking about it? And I hope everybody's hands would go up. But I mean, we're a skewed audience, right? And it's still not that high. So I think it tells us that there's certainly room for us to be working on this subject. I also love having delighted consumers as a goal. That's a brilliant way to go. So how do we get into what it means to collaborate? And I'd like to start, Juliette, with you. How can we leverage the partnerships with local authorities, installers, everybody else to bring collaboration to this?
Thanks, and morning everyone. Great to be here today. And I think the theme of collaboration on heat pumps is really excellent for discussion and really encapsulates E3G's theory of change on this topic. It's been mentioned a few times, but heat decarbonisation really is one of the thorniest challenges for meeting net zero. And as Dan just said, no one has all the answers alone. We really need to bring together all the different pieces of the puzzle to understand what's going to work. This includes everyone from the engineers and installers who are out there on the ground, they know what it's like to engage with the customers, through to the manufacturers, the energy companies, the financial institutions, the local authorities, the housing associations, everyone else who's going to be involved in creating a mass market. And dare I say it, even people like myself who understand the policies and the politics needed. So there really is a role for getting everyone involved and talking to everyone. And E3G coordinates a number of different coalitions, including Electrify Heat, which seeks to bring together that kind of cross-sector collaboration to bring together our collective expertise to develop these solutions. And a good recent example was with the energy company obligation. I don't know if people have been following the deployment rates for this, but ECO hasn't been running as smoothly as it should have been over the last couple of years. So we've really brought together everyone from the local authorities who are trying to deliver the LA Flex angle, through to the energy companies, through to the installers, to understand what's going on and try and piece together the puzzle. And I'm not going to say we've got all the answers, and obviously there are different commercial interests to being considered, but I do think collaboration is the way we can find the most robust solutions.
Any views on that? Vivian, I wonder, is there anything about how we can relate that side of things over to, for example, the customer experience and what the different journeys might be? Because there's a lot of stakeholders there from a strategic perspective, but if we're to focus in on that simple offering for consumers, that's the other end of the spectrum, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think maybe it might be helpful to kind of start from the point of kind of thinking about when a customer or consumer actually thinks about replacing their heating system. And that's usually, for most customers, it's usually when their current heating system boiler breaks down. Then, Julia's already mentioned the customer journey. If you think about what customer journey is for getting to a decision about replacing their heating system, with a gas boiler, it's just you ring up your plumber and get them to come in, and they'll tell you what boiler you need, and they'll put it in. When it comes to thinking then about a heat pump, first of all, you've got to hope that the consumer is aware of what a heat pump is. Then have you piqued their interest enough to gather some information about how they work, what the different types of heat pumps there are available, how they might fit into their property. And then if that interest is then piqued, the third step is actually going through all of the activities to gather the very detailed information they need in the quotes and estimations, thinking through planning permission, etc., in order to make that purchase decision. So there are kind of 3 steps there before you even get to the final decision to go ahead and install a heat pump. So that actually makes it, when you compare that to a consumer who's actually just got a boiler breakdown yesterday, they need a new boiler, you're kind of on a losing. It's a very, very difficult barrier to overcome to then convince them to install a heat pump. So I think the lesson there, or the point there, is actually to get into consumers early, to start getting consumers, so raising that awareness, getting to consumers kind of before they get to the point of that having to make a distressed purchase decision. And that's where I think the collaboration of the industry can actually do a lot to help raising awareness and providing information consumers need in order to help them make those decisions.
And perhaps coming back to you, Juliette, do you think the collaboration that you see is doing that?
I think we're starting to get there. I think, people are bringing their own expertise, but people who are seeing different parts of the puzzle, sometimes getting that overall bird's eye view is more challenging. So I think there is a role for some more deliberate and independent organisation and collaboration days like today, where we can all kind of get together and sit down and look at the different problems from the same angle.
Well, that's a call to action if ever there was one. Madeline, if I can bring you in, I'm wondering if maybe you've got something to add to this around how we ensure that collaboration leads to better engagement.
Yeah, I was thinking about a couple of things as other people were speaking. I think there's 2 areas where I can see some real value in collaboration, and just to build on what Juliette's saying, I think there is already a lot of good examples of collaboration in the industry. But one of them is, one area we can really collaborate more is around consistency of messaging. So it's actually very good to hear some of the introductory speakers saying, whatever happens as we get to net zero, heat pumps are going to play a big role. And I think consumers need to know that, and it sounds from your research, Gail, that people are starting to absorb that message. But that can also help with what you were saying, Vivian, about getting people ready, ahead of boiler breakdown. And we know that actually when people change their heating systems, it's not always when, they literally don't have heating. It's quite often when a boiler is on the point of breakdown or it's started to need repair. And that does actually give us a bit of a window for thinking about, different solutions. So consistency of messaging is really important, and a bit like Juliette, we at Nesta are involved in trying to bring some organisations in the sector together around, how do we talk about heat pumps, how do we address some of the common misconceptions or myths that people are starting to get, told a lot about, not working in the cold and all of those sorts of things. So just how do we have stuff at our fingertips to counter that? And then I think another theme I really wanted to pick up on was around data. I mean, it's really exciting to hear about the work you're doing on microbore in Salford. I get very excited about microbore pipes. A lot of people probably here do. But, the idea of doing research and being able to publish the findings that you come up with, I think is really valuable. And there's perhaps not quite enough of that happening in the sector. I think, I think Dan alluded to some of the commercial pressures. And obviously, we are working in a sector where people are competing with each other. But the more that we can collaborate on sharing data around issues that we know are going to be of importance to all of the players and to kind of, making the transition from gas to heat pumps, the better. So a good example recently for me was in the consultation around planning permission that has come out from government. Well, I think it's just closed. I know that in the process of putting together the consultation, DESNZ in particular was really happy to hear from people who are installing quite a lot of heat pumps about the specific barriers they were facing when they were coming up against planning regulations, so the 1 metre rule, size of heat pumps and so on. And having that data on, actually it was this many heat pump installations that didn't go ahead as a result was really helpful. Now, not all that data has been made public, but the more that we are able to share that type of really crisp, crunchy data on what's getting in the way, I think the better. So I think there are more, probably more opportunities that we could take to collaborate and share data. Another area, which I won't go into loads now, would be around monitoring the performance of heat pumps. I think if we could get some open data on heat pump monitoring at scale, we would go a really long way to being able to address a lot of consumer barriers.
And interesting that what you were saying there, to me, it kind of pulls out two things, because one of them is about what we want as an industry to be facing the customers of these various services, whether it's households or businesses, and there's collaboration in that direction. But actually, a lot of the things you were saying there is about collaborating in representing those customers, for example, to government in relation to the kind of more systemic and strategic barriers.
Which is really key, right? So we have policy asks and things that we would like from government, but we have to support it with the data. We especially those organisations that are at the coalface, spending time having those conversations with consumers every day. It's critical that remains repeat, and those are open. So I'm totally with you, Madeline, on the data side. It's really, really important. And I got first sight of some of the data graphs yesterday from the Salford trial. It was very exciting.
And I guess if I was going to be challenging when it comes to trust, those barriers there as well, to what extent can organisations with a commercial interest be trusted to be putting the right kind of, pushing the levers of whatever it is, policy, or trying to shape this, versus simply looking out for a sale in the next bit of the market? Or, certainly if we compare to the electric vehicle sector, there was a lot of land grabbing going on for a while, and it's not quite the same here because we were talking about people's business properties and households. But there is a challenge around trust, isn't there?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, and actually my reflection on what Juliet was saying around relationships and working in partnerships actually was that actually goes to the heart of consumer trust, because each of those areas have an opportunity in a relationship with a consumer that can engender some trust. And so actually, to Dan's earlier clarion cry of we're committed and we want to commit to that collaboration and that open collaboration, which may seem, yes, slightly uncomfortable from a large brand like Centrica and British Gas and Hive. But the relationships are critical. So when we talk about consumer trust, I immediately go to, well, where are the relationships with the consumer? And yes, big brands like British Gas and Hive, with their heating expertise, have those relationships. But actually working with a network of fantastic local and regional installers who have that trust, and that first call is to, so that first conversation with that first engineer or servicing engineer is critical in this. How do we work like what's happening in Oxford now with Clean Streets? That's a great example where the trust that is inherent in local council can help to reassure and make it easier for consumers to say, yes, I can trust. So I think that's really a really critical part of that relationship piece as well, and that partnership piece.
I'm wondering if anybody from the panel has something to say then about what, how we hold each other accountable in that.
Well, I think there's got to be something around standardization. And so for me, part of the challenge, well, a big part of the challenge here is you're kind of moving from early adoption to mass deployment in record time. Well, that's what we're trying to do, because we're trying to grow heat pump installations tenfold in 4 years. So you absolutely have to move to some kind of coalescence around a set of standards, not just technical standards, but service quality as well. And I think, and so collaboration across all actors and agents involved in the kind of the ecosystem of getting a heat pump system installed in your home is absolutely critical.
I mean, just to jump in on, I think another issue is counting the misinformation. Like anecdotally, this weekend I spoke to my aunt and uncle who are in no way plugged into the heat pump discussion at all. But when I mentioned that I was talking about heat pumps, they were like, oh, that's quite a contentious issue. Like heat pumps shouldn't be a contentious issue. I think we do need to collaborate and counter some of those myths which are still quite out there in the public domain and getting published in certain newspapers that I won't name. But having, I think, leaders in the industry like Centrica, British Gas, people, you might not expect to be out there promoting heat pumps. I think that's really useful. So I think the more we can kind of elevate those unusual voices into the discussion and saying, actually, no, industry leaders are saying this is the way forward, that can help build trust as well.
And I wonder, if you think about collaborations you've seen or particular projects that you've seen, do you think that they're kind of pulling out those multi-levels of different actors within the system right down to the point where you've got whoever it is that's really facing the consumer? And I guess I say that from the perspective of the work that we've been doing here in Oxford, where we do kind of work with and for communities who are shareholders in our company. And so, that means that we do have that kind of desire to be working for them, and we gain some trust. It also means that, coming back to that accountability point of view, it can be quite difficult to pick who we're going to partner with. Do you think there are good examples out there?
Well, I would call out the Clean Heat project, because you've got a fantastic combination of the local community completely engaged, but with some very well-known brands. So Samsung in there. We're obviously providing tariffing on the DSR side. So that's a really powerful combination there. And I think, that will be hugely accountable, because we'll be able to see from the results. And again, it's the openness there to share that.
And thinking about that then, if you think about where we might be next year, there's going to be a summit next year, right, Aid? Or the year after, or the year after that, what difference would you like to see?
Shall I go first?
Yeah, go for it. We can always come back if you think of something else.
So 4 or 5 years down the line, we'll have scaled. We'll definitely have had to innovate. We will have a new wave of engineers who can survey, design, install, service and maintain heat pumps. We'll have that new wave of engineers. We'll have a nation of heat pump advocates who have warm homes without fossil fuel. And I'd love us to be in a position where those who've not yet taken that step to the green side, it's always on the shopping list. Back to Vivian's point again. How do you get on the shopping list in the first place, on the first step? We'd have to be there in 4 or 5 years' time.
I think there's something to be said about collaboration around some of the policy challenges as well. So thinking in a year's time, we're probably going to have a general election. Well, I think legally we're meant to have had a general election by then. And there will be an opportunity to set out a new policy agenda. And I think, in this room and across the country, people have a lot of excellent ideas that could be taken forward. I mean, the levies issue on energy bills has come up time and time again. I feel like now is the moment to move forward with that one. But there's other areas like the Future Home Standard. We can create a safe haven for heat pump installations, which can help provide that certainty that industry so desperately needs. So I think there's some policy collaboration as well that we could hopefully see over the next year to create some real long-term change.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So
some of the things we've been talking about for a long time, we should have actually made progress on by next year, hopefully, or at least certainly by 3 or 4 years' time. I think the other thing I'd add is around how people feel about heat pumps. So it's interesting to hear your consumer research. And I think we do see that there's a group of people out there who are interested, who say they're quite likely to get one when they next change their heating system and so on. But at the moment, they're not converting in those numbers. So we'd like to see, a greater proportion of people who are interested actually going forward and getting a heat pump. And I think that will come, as you've said, from simplifying the process and just making it more affordable, easier to pay up front and so on. And then I think amongst the people who don't know so much, we'll see sort of more willingness and interest. And I think that will come from making heat pumps just more visible in daily life, from having more of the people we interact with in different ways. So whether it's as part of the home buying process or as part of getting your heating system replaced or other things, giving positive messages about heat pumps. I think that kind of normalisation and visibility I'd like to see change quite a lot.
And perhaps I agree with that last point about kind of the vision or visioning what world is like, or what our homes and buildings are like with heat pumps, and creating that sense of and this is going beyond the technical aspects or the economic aspects. It's more about that kind of environment, the ambience of the building that you're living in, being a lot more comfortable, and actually bringing a lot of other wider benefits around health and comfort. So a bit more of the visioning of a cleaner, warmer world, with more comfortable world with heat pumps, I think would be great.
That sounds delightful, to Gail's point. So we have got probably less time than I'm supposed to have left for some quick questions. We don't have a lot of time, so there should be roving mics around, and we have got one at the front. Start there.
Hi, I'm Pete Sudbury. I'm Deputy Leader of Oxfordshire County Council, Green Party Councillor, and I've got responsibility for climate change, environment and future generations in my portfolio. Gail, I wanted to ask you, I thought both of you from Centrica, your enthusiasm for heat pumps is brilliant. You talked a lot about the confusion and lack of understanding from customers. Now, if we take a step back, a significant part of that is from a persistent and very noisy hype for hydrogen for home heating. There are over 40 studies now, including recently from the National Infrastructure Commission, saying that that's a really rubbish idea and that we should junk it. And does your presence here indicate that Centrica and British Gas are going to take a leading role in taking the industry out of that enchanted swamp?
No pressure, Gail.
I'd firstly say our presence here is demonstrating the commitment around heat pumps, which has always been there. So our push for heat pumps and establishing the new business and net zero specific unit within Centrica to drive it forward, and in line completely with where government are. It was a disappointment that the hydrogen trial didn't continue. However, we continue to work to provide information and to provide data into the hydrogen side that the government will need in order to get to their conclusion. We think we've got a clear steer that the run, and which is where we're running hard, is running hard on heat pumps, because that is the clear technology for the next 10 years, and 10 times in 4 years is a massive challenge. So our commitment today and our presence today is very much, I think, indicates about heat pumps.
We've got time for one more? One more. There's a hand right at the back over there. If you could let us know your name, your organisation, and quick question for the panel.
Sorry, this is a bit of a continuation, actually, and it might be a bit cheeky. Bill Watts from Max Fordham Partners. We're talking about customer confusion. And I must congratulate Centrica for all of the great stuff you're doing, but you are still called British Gas. I buy my electricity from British Gas. I do not have a gas supply. Would you consider changing your name to something which is a bit more forward-looking than British Gas?
Dan's really enjoying this.
Yeah, he's loving it. He's loving it. Okay, so you probably heard, Dan referring to Centrica, British Gas, Hive. We have a portfolio of brands within our business, as you know, and we haven't talked about PH Jones, where we're very strong presence in the social housing sector as well. And so those brands face up to those different areas. Our Hive brand, for example, is clearly established itself in that clean tech space, and we continue to invest in Hive as well. And each of those brands have a different role. But at the moment, British Gas is here to stay, and we are operating in that area. But you should expect to hear more from us across our different brands, including Hive and PH Jones in the social housing world, which again our colleague in the audience today is also leading the team that delivers against social housing.
Thanks, Gail, and that's all we've got time for in terms of questions. But we will be moving into the first networking session. So first of all, can you join me in giving a massive thank you to our panel? As I say, we're about to go into the first of our networking sessions, and after that we'll be coming back for the following session, where we're going to hear from Jan Rosenow, a global top 25 energy influencer, who will talk to us about which policies work for mass market for heat pumps. If you haven't already done it, please download the Digital Intros app. You should have had links through to that, and anybody in the Green TV team can help you out with that.
Give us a word for what that app is. What we search.
Elliot, what is the word for the app? Heat Pump Summit 2024, I think.
I put in Heat Pump Summit and it didn't come up.
Okie doke. Check out the people at the desks, and they'll help you with that. Download it, and that is the Intros app, so you can find the people that you want to nobble. During the break, GeoEnergy will be hosting a side event in Seminar Room 2. So please do go and check that out. And otherwise, I think I can hear the buzz. Everybody wants to go. Go get your coffee. We'll see you back here at 11:30. Welcome back, everyone. I trust you had a great networking session and that whether you did or not, you enjoyed the cookies as much as I did. Hopefully everybody has managed to get into the digital app, but if you are having any more problems, do chat to the guys at reception and they will help you out with that. Now, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Jan Rosenow, or Professor Heat Pump, as he's officially called. He wears many clean tech hats and describes himself as an energy transition optimist. He's the Director of European Programmes at the Regulatory Assistance Project. He's an Honorary Research Associate at Oxford University and one of LinkedIn's top green voices. Last but not least, he's a Special Advisor to the House of Commons. Please take the stage, Jan.
Thank you, Mari, for the very kind introduction. I feel very humbled to be called Professor Heat Pump. There's a guy in Germany, actually, who's called the Heat Pump Pope. So I think there's space to improve. So what I want to do in my talk this morning is not to talk too much about the UK policy landscape, because I know that Matthew Aylard and Lord Canelan will be here and will be talking about that in much more depth. What I want to do is really to look at other markets around the world and learn from them how they have scaled heat pumps successfully. Maybe there's something we can do in the UK as well that others have done before. So that's the plan for the talk. I've just come back from my vacation, and I'm glad the last week no major policy announcements have been made, I think. Nothing has been scrapped or announced or delayed. So that's very, very good. So I hope everything I'm going to say will be still up to date. And I will do three things in my presentation. First, give a bit of context where we are in the UK today. Then look at other countries, policy learnings, and then finally provide a bit of an outlook of where we are in the UK today and where we might be in the future. So three parts of the presentation in the next 14 or so minutes. Where I went on vacation, actually, is quite relevant for this talk. Just dawned on me. We went to the island of Texel, or Texel, as the Dutch call it. The clicker doesn't work, I'm afraid. Is there something I need to do that's more than just pressing the next button? No, there he is. And that's where I've been. So the Netherlands, why do I show you this picture of my holidays? Well, the Netherlands is one of the countries in Europe that has managed to move from being quite a laggard on heat pumps. You know, the gas grid in the Netherlands is even more dense than in the UK. About 90% plus of homes, buildings are connected to the gas grid. The Netherlands also have their own gas resources and have used those in the past in the North Sea. The housing stock is quite poorly insulated, very similar actually to the UK, but they have managed to really upscale their heat pump deployment in rapid time. And I will come back to that in a little bit of time. So let me start with the first three parts of my presentation now. And that's the context in the UK. And I'm going to show you some fairly negative information in the next few minutes. Sorry for that, but I think it's important if we want to move to the positive, to where we can actually go forward. So right now, the UK is still last in Europe. Many of you will have seen a similar slide. This is the latest data from the European Heat Pump Association. And I know Melanie from the EHPA is actually in the room. Thanks for providing this data. And the UK comes out at the bottom, unfortunately, of these major economies. In Europe, it's not a complete list, as you will see. But previous statistics for 2022 show a very similar picture. Of course, there are some caveats. There are air-to-air heat pumps not counted in the UK, but counted in Sweden. There is a study that DESNES commissioned, though, that shows it's a relatively small number of air-to-air heat pumps that are used for heating primarily in UK homes. So it doesn't really change the picture fundamentally. Yes, we can argue exactly what the right number is, but it doesn't change the position of the UK very much. Still, about 95% or so of the UK's heating is fossil fuel-based, mainly gas, some oil, and even some coal. So sales in the UK are still performing relatively poorly compared to other countries. When you look at the stock, and this is a rather busy chart, I'm going to walk you through it, but the further to the left you are, the lower the number of heat pumps installed per 100 households, the further to the right you are, the more there are. So Norway was mentioned before, I think. 2/3 of homes have a heat pump in Norway. Roughly speaking, this data is about 2 or 3 years out of date, so it's about 2/3, that's right. The UK is on the very left-hand side. You see it next to Hungary. It's the stock of heat pumps in Europe. The UK doesn't perform particularly well. And you see other countries far ahead, especially those countries, and that is the y-axis that shows how cold it gets. The top right corner, Norway, Finland, Sweden, Estonia, they're all very warm countries, as we know, right? They have very, very warm winters. So people who tell you heat pumps don't work in cold climates, this data shows otherwise. But yeah, stock not doing well and sales also not doing well. Why is that? Why is the UK performing quite poorly in comparison? One of the main reasons, and sorry this data isn't up to date yet, it's from 2022, not from 2023, 2024, but the picture is very similar. This is a spark gap. It shows you the ratio between electricity and gas prices, and the UK in this comparison, that will have changed in the last 2 years, is the worst performer in Europe with the highest spark gap. It's now closer to 4, I believe. We look at the recent price cap that was just introduced in April, but it's still very, very high. And you see other countries further to the left here, like Sweden, for example, with a very, very low spark gap, actually where gas heating per unit is more expensive than direct resistive heating per unit. So there is a real spread of how the spark gap shows up in different countries. And much of this, not all of it, but much of it has to do with policy choices that we make. This is not just something that happens, it's something that is happening because of government policy interventions. And this is something the UK government luckily is working on and hopefully will propose some changes. But without that, I believe it's going to be very hard in the UK to scale the market because the running costs of heat pumps are not really offering you very big savings unless you have a very efficient system. There's another thing going on in the UK, and there's a relentless campaign that is providing false information, misinformation, I think we have to call it lies, it's just outright wrong, in major newspapers, not just The Telegraph. The Telegraph is one of the leaders, but The Express, The Sun, The Mail, there are many others too that actually share misinformation on heat pumps. And we know where that misinformation is coming from. There has been an investigative journalist who found out that this is, in part at least, funded by vested interest groups, and it's really unhelpful because it creates uncertainty and doubt amongst the public. And indeed, lots of people believe the myths around heat pumps. There was a study commissioned by Good Energy last year showing that I think about 20% or so of people actually believe many of the myths that are put out there by the media almost weekly. I personally try to counter some of that. If you haven't read it yet, this came out in March. It's very detailed, so I go through 18 misleading myths around heat pumps in quite a bit of detail, trying to dismantle them. But the amount of time and effort it takes, I mean, there's a law actually, I think it's Bertolini's law, which says that the amount of effort that you need to put in to debunk bullshit is multiple times higher than the amount of effort it takes to put out bullshit. And I think that is very, very true. It took me a long time to do this, but this is really a big problem in the UK, where the debate is so polarized, politicized. We've seen that in other countries too, like Germany, for example, where last year it's become very politicized, very polarized debate around heat pumps, which is deeply unhelpful. This is different in other countries, and I'll come back to that in a minute. What can we learn from other countries, though? How have they done it? Why are we in the UK not doing more? Well, we could maybe look at some of the lessons that we can learn. And let's start with maybe the leaders. I mentioned already the Nordic countries are doing very, very well. On the left-hand side, you see heat pump sales over time in Finland, Norway, and Sweden. This is all different types of systems, ground source, air source, air to water, air to air. It doesn't really matter, but what you see here really is that only in the last 20 years or so, we've seen this massive increase in deployment, very little before. In the 1990s and 80s, there was almost no deployment at all, mainly research and development, pilot projects. But the last sort of 20 years, a massive uptick, and especially in the last 10 years, you can see this sort of exponential growth curve happening here. On the right-hand side, you see the carbon emissions from residential heating in those three countries going down very significantly, somewhere between 80 and 95%, depending on the country. Yes, not all of that is heat pumps. There's been district heating, there's been biomass and district heating in particular, but also more efficient buildings. But heat pumps played a very critical role in this downward trajectory. So this shows that it can be done, and it can be done in cold countries, and it can be done in quite a short amount of time. So I take a lot of optimism from that, because what did people heat their homes with in Sweden before? It was heating oil. Yeah? And heating oil is incredibly dirty, polluting, carbon intensive. Why did they move so quickly? Because of the high costs and the risks and energy crisis happening in the 70s. They started early on to develop their heat pump market. So it can be done. And what are the policies that we can learn from that? Well, there's a lot of them, but we try to distill them in our toolkit, which some of you might have seen. This is written for a global audience. We launched it at COP in Sharm el-Sheikh in 2022 it was. And what we did is we actually looked at these mass market heat pump places and looked at what policies have they implemented, what regulations, what works, what doesn't work. And there's essentially 3 pillars that we could identify. One is to sort out pricing. So I mentioned the spark gap. You can address that in a variety of means. You can have a carbon tax on fossil fuels, which is what Sweden and Norway, Denmark and Finland have done. You can rebalance levies, move them away from electricity into general taxation, which is what Germany has done, for example. And there are other options too. The second pillar is around, at least for the foreseeable future, providing investment support, grants like the boiler upgrade scheme, maybe low interest loans, or maybe other more innovative financial models that allow leasing, for example, as well. And thirdly, regulation. There is usually some degree of regulation that accompanies successful heat pump markets. In new buildings, for sure, in most of the major economies for heat pumps, in new buildings, you cannot install another fossil fuel system. I think when I looked at it last time, still 2/3 of new homes in the UK get connected up to the gas grid. And there's still some heating oil boilers being installed. So regulation can really help address this in part for new buildings, but mainly for existing buildings too. And I'll come back to that in a minute. And then finally, underpinning all of this, coordination, information, making sure that there's skills, high quality installs, solid information and advice for consumers. So those are the main components really, and how you design it will depend on the specific context. But really, it's not that difficult. These are the main ingredients you need, and then you design them well. There is no single policy that can deliver this. I just want to be very clear. There's not a single mechanism that will do this on its own. You need a package. No country has achieved this with just one single policy instrument. Let me now talk about the economics a little bit more. This is an analysis that will be forthcoming later this year. It's currently under review by Nature Energy, where we have looked at the total cost of ownership in the UK for a heat pump. And it's looking at all of the costs. This includes capital cost, maintenance costs, the running costs. It's all in there. And what we were interested in is to see at what point do we break even with the gas boiler, an average gas boiler, an average heat pump. And the break-even point is 3.3. It's a seasonal coefficient of performance. I assume everybody in the audience will know what a SCOP is. If not, it means the amount of heat you get over the course of a year for 1 unit of electricity. So a SCOP of 3.3 means you get 3.3 units of heat out of 1 unit of electricity. 3.3 is actually not that high. It's definitely achievable. There are installs now that achieve more than 4, but the average under the recent trials by the Energy Systems Catapult indicate we're closer to 2.9. So there's still a gap for the average install between what is needed to break even after the grant. This includes the grant. So we have still a long way to go. That can be changed in a variety of means, and I show you this on the next slide. So if you shift levies to general taxation or to gas, or you have a carbon tax, you can reduce the required SCOP to break even, or in other words, if you achieve a very high SCOP, you get higher savings. You can also adopt a dynamic time of use tariff, like the Octopus Agile tariff, or OVO, and they're here in the audience today, I think, as well as Octopus. You can have an OVO tariff for heat pumps that is providing electricity at a reduced rate. And that will help, too, to reduce the required SCOP to break even or increase the savings if you have high efficiency. So there are ways around it. But I believe it needs to be cheaper for any heat pump that gets installed compared to a fossil system if you really want to scale the market and not just break even. It needs to be a cheaper solution. The default option should be that it's cheaper and it actually offers you monetary savings, so you can then use that to pay for the upfront cost, and then you can reduce the subsidy over time. So I think that is absolutely critical. I want to talk about regulation briefly as well, because in the UK, we had regulation actually planned for 2026 for off-gas grid homes, right? We had even a very detailed proposal by the government following a consultation to no longer allow fossil fuel systems to be installed off the gas grid. That was delayed or scrapped. I mean, the delay, I think, is to 2035, so I would call that it's been scrapped for now. In Rishi Sunak's speech in October, you might remember that speech, it wasn't just about heating, it was also about electric vehicles and the phase-out date for internal combustion engines. But that's one of the big things that has changed in the UK. The Future Home Standard is currently under consultation. Will it come? Will it come quickly enough? Will it come to the full extent? I don't know. I think we have to see. With the election looming, as Juliette pointed out earlier, there are some real risks, and it's unclear what regulation will be in place. When it comes to gas boilers, the only thing we have is the Heat and Building Strategy commitment, an aim to no longer install gas boilers, but there is no legislation in the UK. Other countries, when you look at Germany, Denmark, Slovenia, Greece, Austria, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Ireland, all have some form of legislation. And now in the Netherlands and in Germany, it's also tackling gas boilers. So it's no longer just coal and oil, which it mainly was in the past, or new buildings. It's gas boilers in existing buildings. And that's been no easy path, for those two countries to get to where they are today. In the Netherlands, almost no negative press around this, which is really surprising. How have they achieved that? Well, they brought together all of the stakeholders from day one. So they designed the regulation together with the gas network operators, with the electric utilities, with the heating system installers, with the manufacturers of heating systems, environmental groups, to create a law. Yes, that's maybe less ambitious than what some people would like to see, but it's a ban of standalone fossil fuel systems by 2026. So regulation is still important, I believe. Otherwise, we're never going to get to that certainty for the market that there will be an end date, and investors will not feel assured to put lots of money into heat pumps, and companies don't know where they're headed, right? It's unclear at the moment. Will it be hydrogen? Will it be heat pumps? Where are we going? Unless that's been sorted out, I believe we are not going to see a big uptick. And this is an example from Sweden. This is on the information and customer reassurance and quality piece. We have seen some bad press stories recently, haven't we, from individuals who had a bad experience with heat pumps. And let me be completely open. There are some poor installs out there. There's no doubt. As well as there are poor gas boiler installs, there are poor heat pump installs in the UK. Once these stories get into the press, it creates a lot of negativity. It's being used by the usual suspects. And one way to prevent that from happening is the Swedish example, where they created what is called a Swedish heat pump court early on, where consumers could go to seek redress. So if you have a bad install, you go there and your installer basically has to fix the problem. And if they don't fix it, you will get it fixed by someone else, and the installer will be taken off the list of eligible installers to benefit from any government funding. So there are ways of addressing this. But in the UK, we don't currently have a mechanism like this. Yes, we have MCS and we have other means of ensuring quality, but this is an issue that needs, I think, urgently being sorted out to reassure customers. I'm going to come to the end now and do a quick outlook, being conscious of time. Where are we today? We have a target of 600,000 heat pumps per year. Without the Clean Heat Market Mechanism, which is a major instrument, it's basically a quota on heat pump sales, we're not going to get there. There's a big policy gap. About a third of the target won't be achieved. This is really based on having a Future Home Standard being in place, and to make sure existing policies like the boiler upgrade scheme are being maintained. Otherwise, we're not going to get there. So a lot of uncertainty. We don't know yet whether we're going to have a Clean Heat Market Mechanism going forward. I hope that Matthew Aylett and Lord Carolan will be able to confirm that we have such a mechanism being enshrined in legislation before the election, because if that doesn't happen, anything can happen with a new government. We don't know whether we get this scheme up and running. So a lot of uncertainty, but loads of potential as well in the UK. And I hope in a year's time, when we have this summit again, we will see some real uptick in the deployment of heat pumps in the UK. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Jan. That was really insightful. We've got a spark gap, we've got policy gap, we've got optimism. We've also got evidence-based optimism, which is even better. I love it. And I don't know about anybody else, but I was watching that and particularly looking at the data around that break-even point. and it really, really struck a chord with me. When we look at the innovation projects that we're trying to work on in Oxfordshire, the difficulty of bringing things together and addressing barriers right across the system really means that it's helpful to be able to pay for these things where you want to have someone participate and you've got that living lab approach. But actually you've just shown, just on one vector, how much there is to overcome already. And so the idea that the interventions we've got already overcome that and we can't use our innovation money to pay for it is unhelpful. And now we have some evidence, which I might use. So thanks very much again to Jan. Thank you very much, everybody here as well, for your continued and active participation. We'll go to questions after the next panel, so do get thinking about those. And now I'd like to kick off the next panel session, which is brought to us by Plug Me In and looks at democratising the heat pump revolution, bringing affordability to the masses by addressing costs. So please welcome our speakers up onto the stage. Sam Peachman, who's the Commercial Director from Plug Me In. Tim Rook, who is Chief Markets Officer at Clade Engineering. Rory Matthews, Senior Policy and Partnerships Officer at Greater Manchester Combined Authority. And Grania Regan, Head of Heat from OVO. And Sam is going to give us our panel keynote. So over to you, Sam.
Thank you. Also got the same problem Jan had. Okay. Everybody in this room knows we have a challenge on our hands in meeting the government's target of installing 600,000 heat pumps every year. At Plug Me In, we were a new entrant to the heat pump market last year, and so we set about a process of trying to understand those barriers to adoption, but more importantly, to try and understand how we might package up heat pumps in such a way as they could alleviate customer concerns, increase accessibility, and ultimately drive forward the rates of adoption that we're just not seeing. To do this, we worked with Boston Consulting Group to design and commission a piece of consumer research. Through this process, we gathered data from 2,000 respondents, and I'm pleased to say, despite the challenges we face at the moment, the results paint a really positive outlook for our industry. So what did we learn through this process and what can we take forward in designing these products? Shown here are 5 key high-level insights we took from this process. So let's go through them. 62% of respondents we surveyed said they were open to installing a heat pump. When you consider this against the backdrop of the negative media attention that the heat pump industry has received in recent history, Jan alluded to it, I think it's a really, really positive result. And it shows that if we can find a way to alleviate those barriers, alleviate those customer concerns, the market opportunity for everybody in this room is enormous. Secondly, and I think this one is probably the least surprising, but the biggest barrier to people installing a heat pump remains cost. Notwithstanding the availability of the boiler upgrade scheme, 56% of our respondents cited this as a reason for not getting a heat pump. This shows me that we have to find a way of normalising alternative ways of managing upfront costs associated with installing heat pumps. 3, drivers. The biggest driver for installing a heat pump at the moment is to save money, is to reduce costs. People expect to see a return on their investment. I think this represents a departure from the boiler market, for example, where people just accept the cost of a boiler as a necessity for heating and hot water. Encouragingly though, the second biggest driver to installing a heat pump is to go green. So it shows us that when we're designing these products, we can design them in a way that appeals to people's emotions and the drive to do the right thing. We're not solely fighting an economic battle. 70% of respondents said they were interested in a finance solution. As an ex-banker, I can tell you that the banks are not going to lend money to every single person down the street for a heat pump. And specialist consumer credit providers will quickly reach concentration limits in this sector. This tells me that when we're designing these products, we have to find a way of managing the risk allocation that sits behind them in such a way that it helps mobilize private sector capital at scale. Finally, when we asked people to prioritise or to rank what was most important to them when installing a heat pump, alongside a warm home and a reliable product, they consistently prioritised access to dynamic tariffs. This shows us that when we're designing these products, how they interact with dynamic tariffs and consumer behaviour will be fundamental to the design. What I've shown here is quite high level, but the data that sits behind this continues to show that if there is a path to increasing the rate of adoption if we design products that do three key things. They remove upfront cost, they pair with dynamic tariffs and allow people to optimize those in-life savings, and they deliver efficient, reliable products for the duration of the product life cycle. We remove that perceived transition risk from moving to a boiler to a heat pump. So with that, I'd like to open up the panel and explore with you how we as an industry can collectively work together to reflect on this insight and design products that do just this. We also want to talk a little bit about how these same challenges faced by consumers are faced by social housing providers, as well as public sector organisations and businesses in the context of commercial scale heat pumps, which I often feel get lost in this debate. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. So picking up on that last point about the kind of wider set of stakeholders and the businesses that are affected, I'm going to start with Rory and then we'll come to Tim just to kind of cover some of the breadth of that. So Rory, could you perhaps tell us a bit about Your Home Better and that kind of context?
Absolutely. So for those of you that don't know, Greater Manchester Combined Authority represent the 10 local authorities in the city region across Greater Manchester. As a local government organisation, I think one of the roles that we see for ourselves as being as potentially trusted voice locally by some residents. One of the things that we sort of looked to do as part of that was set up a service called Your Home Better. And it's quite similar actually to the Cosy Homes model here in Oxfordshire, where as GMCA we're backing the service and sort of putting our sort of stamp of approval on it. I think that what it's shown to us is that affordability is fundamental to uptake of heat pumps. We haven't seen the level of uptake that perhaps Cosy Homes has, and I think that might have been in part perhaps due to the demographic and average income in Manchester and across Greater Manchester. But what has been demonstrated is the clear need for that trusted voice and having that approach in the city region. One of the things I wanted to mention that we've learned from that is we're increasingly seeing more and more people interested, but not from a whole house approach, from an incremental approach where they can take it in affordable chunks. And I think that doing the basics first and the things that pay back quickly initially, for example, loft insulation, cavity wall insulation, that might not have always been done, a pretty sort of cornerstone step to take in sort of a pathway to getting to a heat pump and decarbonising your home. I think that one of the sort of bits I'd just like to touch on top of that is I had an email this morning that said, is this a scam letter? And it's unbelievably common that we have that as local government coming through to us. And I think it demonstrates the need as part of that sort of democratising of heat pumps, of bringing people along on the journey, and affordability and having that trusted voice I think is essential towards that.
Wow, what an example. Tim, could you come in then, because we know that some of the challenges are very similar in the business sector, but there's diversity of use cases is perhaps greater there. Would you say a few words about that?
Yeah, sure. So as a manufacturer or a UK manufacturer of heat pumps, we operate in the commercial and industrial space, 50 kilowatts and above, and we focus on natural refrigerants. Heat pumps now are reaching almost 200 degrees C in temperature output. So there is virtually, there's a very large set of use cases they can be applied to. And I think the challenges are very similar. There is a nervousness around the technology, particularly from industrial or housing providers and things like that, where they have a high dependency on their heat provision. So I think we need to address that. And I think there is a CapEx and an OpEx problem as well. So we need to take down those barriers. Now, I'm not overly hopeful that the political situation will resolve itself and we'll get all this lovely regulation that Jan was talking about. But I am much more hopeful, and I see the sparks of it in this room, around the green finance coming in, the grid flexibility, the special tariffs, and things like that. Because to me, that sort of combination of green finance and grid flexibility is the answer, not only in the domestic sector, but where we work in the commercial and industrial space. You know, I think that is going to be a great step forward. But the other piece really is around the delivery model. You know, we need, as the technical experts in this space, we need to take ownership of the technical risk. And that's what we're trying to do with Sam and Plug Me In and our performance guarantee and things like that. But I do think the construction sector has to take more ownership of outcomes 1, 2, 3, 4 years down the line. And I quite like the idea of a heat pump court, although I hope I won't find myself in it. But yeah, I think it's something that we could definitely use.
Thank you. And interesting that you're touching there on the flexibility side as well. It's something that we've seen in our work, that clearly there's been a lot of noise about the kind of flexibility services at national level that households are being able to sign up to and get involved in the winter periods. But actually, businesses can be, you know, through one actor, as it were, on part of the network, quite pivotal in delivering the benefits of flexibility because their load is so different from residential consumers around them. And that's particularly true when you're looking at the impact on the low voltage network. So really, really key. Gráinne, can we come to you and your perspective on this from OVO?
Yeah, of course. So I think the points made about affordability are really fundamental. And I think when OVO is looking at the problem, we're looking at how do we influence this best. And so not only looking at the cost of installation, the upfront costs, but also the running costs. Because I think when we talk about kind of the cost barrier, there are multiple facets to that. So it's not only the kind of how do you finance it, how do you overcome the upfront cost, what grants are available to support with installation. It's also how much is this going to cost me on an ongoing basis. And OVO also did some research when we launched our Heat Pump Plus add-on in October of last year. And interestingly, over half of those surveyed assumed that a heat pump would be more expensive to run than a gas boiler. So that is, you know, sometimes that's true. If you've got a poorly performing heat pump, that can be true. But in the vast majority of cases, based on the kind of SCOPs that Jan referred to in his presentation earlier, it's much cheaper, especially when you pair it with the right tariff, the right add-on. So I think there's there's a huge gap to overcome when it comes to awareness of these offerings. We see that in the EV space as well. We have kind of done analysis looking at our own customer base, and of those that have EVs, how many are actually on an EV tariff? It's actually the minority still, so there's a huge gap. And that's within an EV space, which has been much more established over the last year. So within heat pumps, it's going to be a very similar challenge. And it's how do we take the learnings from what we've done before, employ them now, so that, I think it was Jan that referred to it earlier on, that we're talking about, or is it colleagues from Centrica actually, that we're talking about kind of looking at the heat pump as part of kind of the tariff, so that they're sold alongside one another, so that it's not a surprise and that it's not something that they have to actively go and find out about. We're making it really easy for consumers to get on the best value offering for them. So there's, a massive point when it comes to the awareness.
Thank you. Sam, what do you think about all of that then, coming back to your research and what you're looking for?
Yeah, I think what's clear to us is there's no silver bullet solution that sort of addresses all of these, and I think no one's going to, I think Centrica alluded to it earlier, like no one's going to solve it like in isolation. I do think it's going to take different businesses working together. I think for me, I think the right solution would be where everybody focuses on the bit they're good at. So, for example, I always think installers should, and obviously I work for an installation business, but I do think installers should take ownership of design, ordering of equipment and delivering it on site, because I think then they're focused on that. But I think as Gráinne said, we've got to, the communication around in these dynamic tariffs and how they can make and optimize the sort of outcomes for people that install these assets, that is absolutely key. And then obviously on the upfront cost thing, I think there's various different solutions. Consumer finance, bank lending will work. But for me, like if you think about the size of that capital requirement, if we're actually going to hit 600,000, for easy numbers, £10,000 installation, 600,000 heat pumps, that's £6 billion. Not like everyone's going to need financing, but that is a huge amount of capital to mobilise. So it's just the system at the moment doesn't permit it. So, if I look to Callison, which is the group that Plug Me In is part of, we've done this at great scale in the smart meter market, and it's completely different, but there are learnings we can take for that and apply into the heat pump context, but we need the boiler upgrade scheme to be compatible with third-party asset ownership, and at the moment it's not, and until that changes, it will be difficult to mobilise that capital to reduce those costs for people at scale.
Well, there's a very specific problem to be working on, isn't it? I'm interested in the point about the ongoing costs and perhaps how that comes back to the role of installers or what it means for maintenance of these systems. I was having a conversation with somebody in the break about just the change of most of us are used to having a gas boiler in our house. We don't necessarily understand how it works, and we might get a bit frustrated when the Wi-Fi has gone down for the thermostat and we have to go work out what's gone wrong or something's gone out. But usually you can look it up, punch a few buttons, hopefully don't punch the boiler, and it does eventually work again, unless it is, of course, completely broken. But that there's a different experience with a heat pump because of the different nature of it. It's just different, and so it's a different habit and it's a different level of confidence. And particularly if we're looking at optimization across other parts of the energy system within the building, whether it's a house or a business, actually checking in on whether that whole system is working well is an important part of that. So both just kind of maintenance of it, but also the affordability. So perhaps first from an industry perspective, Gail talked earlier about having a whole new kind of trained up set of engineers. Is that part of that? How do we respond to that need once something is installed and in operation?
I think we spend a lot of time educating and informing and learning from the data we get from our heat pumps. There is a huge learning curve amongst the consultant and contractor fraternity to undergo, and we're plunging this industry that's used to gas boilers, which are incredibly resilient. They will operate on a delta T of 1 or less, and they will turn on and off, repeatedly in minutes. Heat pumps are not like that. You have to get the design right. You have to design the system correctly. You have to install it as per the design. Doesn't always happen. You will have to commission it end to end. That's from TRV right the way through to heat pump. That doesn't always happen. And then you've got to optimize it afterwards using data. It's a much bigger piece to get to the COPs that we need to see to achieve the cost ratios and things like that. There's a lot of skills to be built, and we see it happening slowly, but there's some painful lessons along the way.
I think I'd add to that as well. I completely agree that the system design and the commissioning aspect is really fundamental, more so than it is with a gas boiler. But you also have the human side of that. So the fact that you, as an installer, you need to take the time to talk your customer through how to best use a heat pump so that you move away from that traditional model of turning on in the morning before you get up and turning on in the evening. That just hammers the efficiency when you're turning on and off. And so there's an education piece there, and the installer has a part to play in that when they're going through the controls and everything with the customer. But I think everyone in this room has a part to play in some way if you have relationships with the consumer. And certainly from OVO's perspective as the energy supplier, the key impact of the change in efficiency will be how much it's costing to run and how much energy it's using. So we're taking the time to try and educate our consumers as well. And I think it's not only around how to run and effectively kind of have a heat pump running within your home, it's also on who you're choosing to install your kit. So making sure that you're using installers that are taking the time to, as you said, Tim, kind of go through that entire system design process. OVO work with HeatGeek, they're achieve incredible kind of efficiency scores because they take that time and because their network of engineers goes through the correct training so that they're taking the proper approach. And I think we need to see more of that across the industry where the installers are being shown the sort of importance of that end-to-end experience, not only from the technical side of things, but also right through to the consumer conversation.
Rory's nodding away. Would you like to come in?
I think I wanted to sort of touch on that point around training and the sort of willingness of taking consumers on that whole journey, because it's definitely something we see across our social housing providers within Greater Manchester. There's a lot of willingness and I think interest in heat pumps from their maintenance teams, and they're the ones that have the relationships with the residents and are the ones that are communicating about the heat pumps and what they're going to do, you know, what benefits can be realised as a result of installing them. I think that it's just absolutely fundamental as well to sort of the affordability when you're talking about the running costs, but also accessing some of the sort of digital solutions are a bit of a barrier in the social space. You know, people don't have the internet, for example, and can't access the apps. And I think that taking it back to that sort of like fundamental level, I think is pretty important when we're thinking about the social housing market, which is potentially one of the sort of cornerstone markets within retrofit. I think we're talking about new build as being a sort of safe haven, hopefully, for heat pumps when the future home standard comes in. But I also think that social homes have a sort of capacity and economy of scale that can be taken together. So one of the things I wanted to sort of touch on as well off the back of that is we've got quite a lot of buy-in across Greater Manchester from our social landlords, and we're looking to pull the demand and realise economies of scale as a result of that. And procurement is often quite a big barrier. Lots of different, you know, procurement lots going through, companies, you know, able to charge more than they otherwise might do. So we're looking to pull the demand. We've created a GMC, it's called the GMCA Go Neutral Retrofit Framework.
Catchy.
And the idea behind that is really to bring all of those social housing providers together where there's a good demand for the heat pumps, but to realise the economies of scale that can hopefully bring the costs down from that collective bargaining, alongside bringing in things like social value and skills training that potentially providers can provide as part of that package too.
Amazing. And so that obviously is speaking to some of the barriers there around the cost and, you know, the bargaining power. What else is needed around that to make a success of it? I'm thinking particularly back to Anna Railton's example, you know, this morning of this, just the hardness of the sell to the people in those properties.
It's really difficult, I think. It's really, really hard. I think the biggest factor that I would sort of take from our learning in that environment is your neighbours and good experience and the social pull of seeing a good heat pump install done well and that people are living with it fine, and actually it's not that different to having your gas boiler and you can just trust it to heat your home. So I think, you know, tapping into that social factor is really important as well.
Mm-hmm. And also speaking a language that consumers understand and that means something to them, because I think when we talk about efficiency and SCOP, I mean, what does that to most people? That doesn't mean anything. And so I think translating it into pounds and pence cost savings in a way that really means something and is attractive to the average consumer is really important, so that you can tangibly show the benefit of this. So we have had a customer, one of the first customers we had on Heat Pump Plus, actually based in Oxford, who's reported that their electricity bill or their energy bill as a total has come down by over £1,000 compared to last year. And obviously a lot of that is because some of that is due to the fact that energy prices have come down, but a lot of it is due to the fact that their heat pump is performing incredibly well and they're on the right tariff. So they're the sort of headlines that we want to see in the Telegraph and other publications, rather than, you know, the kind of the scaremongering.
Yeah, and presumably on the business side of things, there's a powerful argument there as well. I mean, no price caps there, so is it the same? Is it different? Talk us through the differences there.
Yeah, the incredibly low gas price is deeply unhelpful. You know, it's as low as it's been for many years now, and it just means that businesses in an environment of slight uncertainty around politics and so on don't have to make a £500,000 investment decision. They can just kick it down the road for a year, and the cost of doing that is negligible. You know, we saw some really good pressure coming through shareholder value, through TCFD and things like that, but it's kind of faded away a little bit. So the carbon price as well has fallen. So for anyone in ETS or looking to offset their carbon, you know, that driver is going away. So from an investment perspective in business, the environment is not conducive to doing lots of heat pumps.
And what is the route through to that for a non-domestic organisation, do you think? So I'm thinking that we heard earlier this morning about in the domestic market, having an EV already, having solar panels potentially makes a difference. What's the starting point, or what is it that businesses need first to get them on that journey towards the heat pump?
They need to have a strong ESG agenda. They need to have a motivation that sits outside purely financial. You know, and all of us and consumers can do that. You know, if you look at the supermarkets, for example, which we work with, they are driving hard on net zero agenda because it's important to their customer base and their long-term business continuity. So, you know, buy green stuff because it does make a difference. You know, consumer power is powerful because businesses will listen to it.
And Sam, any other thoughts from you on that before we go over to questions from the audience?
I think just on Tim's last point, I think the biggest thing in our armoury is customer advocacy, and we're only going to get customer advocacy if we deliver exactly what people expect when they install a heat pump. And I think mobilising that advocacy side of things is probably something we've not done enough of. Using those customers that have a good experience, we need to find a way of making those voices louder, I think.
Excellent, thank you. So we have got some time for one or two questions from the audience, and I can see some hands going up. So roving mics at the ready. We've got a question right at the back over there. And if you can give us your name, organisation, and your question as concisely as possible so we can get around lots of answers.
Thank you. My name is Olivia Rugard. I write about consumer decarbonisation for Bloomberg News. I was really interested to hear quite a few people talk about problems of quality installs. You know, obviously, there is a minority there that has caused outsized problems. My question is about accountability. I was not aware of the existence of a heat pump court in Sweden, but I'll definitely be looking up more about that. How do we or how does the industry make sure that when a customer's had an install that isn't working, you know, sometimes they go back and that installer has gone bust, they don't exist anymore, or they're just not equipped to fix the problem. Can the industry fix that themselves? How do they go about doing that? Or is it something that, you know, we're going to need some regulation around? Thanks.
Anybody looking like they'd like to come in on that? I mean, Rory, I'm guessing you might see that issue, although you're not the person to necessarily be able to solve it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we often have residents come to us. What do we do? Who do we go and speak to? And it gets bounced around pretty consistently. This is perhaps a personal opinion, but I think that there's not necessarily an individual accountability within the installation. So having, you know, something like a competent person scheme for the individual, I think could be a helpful way of helping that redress, where you know, an installer themselves has to take ownership over that responsibility for the heat pump going in and it working well.
And Sam, Tim, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, I think so. If you look at the sort of boiler market, a lot of the people that have been installing boilers are now reaching to the end of their careers. They probably trained originally in a big organisation like Centrica, for example, and then as that market matured, they became sort of probably independent because they had that experience. And I think that experience just doesn't exist in the sort of heat pump market so much at the moment. So I do think using larger installers that can stand behind the installs thereafter is probably advisable for customers at the moment. We'd certainly make sure we go back and redress any issues for installations that we'd completed. And actually, to your point, we've picked up a lot of work from installations that have been completed and needed fixing. So that's sort of, it's not necessarily a plug for just use a large organisation, but I think until the market matures, I think that's probably the best advice consumers can take at the moment, and make sure that you know, they have a policy around not achieving your expectations at the end of it.
Thank you.
Can I build on that
yeah.
as well? Because I think that from a consumer point of view, it's quite a safe option to go with a company that might be able to offer it all the way through at the moment. You know that they've got that company reputation to uphold and redress, and I think that there's sort of a bit of an advantage in that as having that holistic offering all the way through at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any more? Yes, we've got one question down. Where is our roving mic?
I've got a lot of sympathy for the one-man bands who try to set up in doing these heat pump things to transition from installing bathrooms and gas boilers, which is zero risk in a way, to heat pumps. And I'm wondering how that the court's a great idea, but that would just make the barrier for a one-man band or a small organisation to do that much, much higher. And I'm just wondering if, I mean, talk about my own thing, my installer's long gone, but that's a risk I knew I took. But I think I'll be relying more on the manufacturer of the equipment, and that the manufacturer is here, one of them, to take on that risk more than will step up to the plate to underwrite the install that basically people who have gone through the training but haven't picked up all of the detail.
Any quick thoughts and responses on that, and then we will move on.
Well, I can answer it from a manufacturer's point of view, because we also design and install systems. But when we sell a heat pump to somebody else, the system has been designed by somebody else. It's been installed by somebody we have no sight of. We've never been to site. You lose track of it, and then as a manufacturer, we might turn up on that site to commission it, and that's the first we've seen of it. And the quality could be anywhere from really superb, brilliant, understanding. They've listened to what we've told them in their training. They've done what we said they should do, and it's fantastic. And we think, great, we'll stand by that. But otherwise, you could turn up and it was designed poorly. It wasn't installed to the design, And this is not stuff that consumers or even in the commercial world, customers can really judge for themselves. There needs to be a level of trust there.
So we really touched on something that's got a lot behind it, haven't we?
And it all comes back down to skills, but also how do you buy your heat pump? And I think that is really, really important. I think buying smart and buying, where there's a long-term interest from a finance house or something like that is super important.
Thank you very much for that. And if everybody could join me in thanking our panel for their contributions. Thank you very much. I'm going to introduce the next speaker so you guys can join me. With a national target to reach 600,000 heat pump installations a year by 2028, we've already recognised just the sheer number of challenges and those that have just come up in the discussion. So government policy and leadership is critical to achieving that kind of step change. So I'm absolutely delighted to say that we have been joined at this inaugural Heat Pump Summit by Lord Callanan, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State, Minister for Energy Efficiency and Green Finance at the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Set up the tech here. Make it work. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much indeed for the kind invitation to join you. It's great to see so many other heat pump enthusiasts all in one room at the same time. And thank you very much indeed to Green TV for organising the event. Now, you're very fortunate to have Dr. Matthew Aylott, who's one of my top officials on this, who knows so much more about this subject than I do. He's going to be providing a full overview of government heat pump policy later this afternoon. So from my point of view, what I want to do is to focus on why we're pursuing heat pump installations here in the UK and how we're responding to some of the shared challenges. So firstly, the why. So when it comes to energy, the government has three very clear aims. Firstly, we want to secure our energy supply. Secondly, we want to bring down bills for consumers. And thirdly, of course, we want to lower emissions to net zero. Heat pumps can help us with all three of those challenges because they're the only low-carbon heating technology that can be installed efficiently, effectively, and at scale. And we saw from previous sessions how much better many other countries in Europe are than we are at this, and there are various reasons for that. So our task, therefore, is to turn this technology of the future into the technology of the here and now. And there are, of course, two major challenges to that. And the first one, again, which was set out by Jan earlier, is public perceptions. Consumers need to make informed choices. We want them to see why heat pumps are a worthwhile investment. We want them to understand whether their house is a good candidate for the installation. And something that's been made clear to me recently is that, of course, that we're not the only ones facing a PR battle over heat pumps, and I've been very clear in calling out the people that are responsible for some of the negative publicity here in the UK, very much vested interests acting in their own interests and against the consumer interests. But I also spoke at a UN climate conference in Paris, where our delegation met with counterparts from the German government. And again, as I said earlier, the Germans have just passed a building energy law, and they told us how their tabloid press had also run a concerted campaign against it. And I suspect you'd probably find the same people were responsible for that campaign as well. And it focused on the nanny state, reaching into people's homes and dragging their gas boil out of their cold, dank hands. And in the end, of course, the bill was watered down considerably. The Germans have a coalition government, but it was passed. But the cost of that was a collapse in the government's approval ratings. Now, far be it for me to concern myself with approval ratings, particularly German approval ratings. But there is, I think, a salient point that goes beyond government. In the end, these misconceptions are affecting consumers. And the Germans told us that their biggest lesson was not having a consistent, coherent narrative to help to counter some of those misconceptions. In hindsight, they hadn't communicated the benefits regarding energy efficiency and property value and the effect of future-proofing their home. And we're determined to not try and make the same mistakes here in the UK. So it's why in October we launched a new public campaign called Welcome Home to Energy Efficiency. And this campaign promoted heat pump technology and the grants that were available. The campaign was run in print media, and TV, radio, and online. And we've also launched several online tools, a phone service, and a pilot project for in-person advice. The second major challenge that faces us, again, as has been said earlier, is, of course, costs. And I know this is also shared in Germany, the Netherlands, and elsewhere. Although I'm pleased to say not in Norway. So I was in Norway recently and I was speaking to them, and they've got, of course, a fantastic record of installing heat pumps. But there's a massive public campaign at the moment against the interconnector that they're building between Norway and the UK, because there are many interconnectors connecting the UK, and it's not something most people in this country are concerned about. But in Norway, the minister was telling me, there is really a massive campaign against it. And whilst the Norwegian natural landscape has delivered vast reserves of hydropower and an abundance of cheap electricity, they were clearly struggling with the political fallout that they were getting, and the campaign was against the interconnector. And the reason was that their electricity prices have gone up recently. And brace yourself for this, electricity prices in Norway have gone up to 10 pence a kilowatt hour. And needless to say, when the minister was telling me about all this public opposition he was facing and all the problems, it did leave me asking officials for translations for sincere condolences. And I only wish I had this problem to solve in the UK. But the point is, I think, that costs will always be a vital consideration for consumers. And even if we do successfully communicate all the benefits of heat pumps, there's going to be relatively few early adopters who will adopt the technology if the cost is not going to be appropriate for them. So that's why, of course, we've raised the boiler upgrade scheme grant level to £7,500. It was a big battle in government, but we managed to persuade the Treasury to do that. One of the most generous subsidy schemes now in Europe. And we've also managed to effectively treble the long-term funding for the scheme from 450 million to 1.5 billion between 25 and 28. All we've got to do now is make sure that we spend it. And that's a very clear market signal that I hope people across industry have been taken notice of. We, of course, need to go further. We're supporting innovations in the supply chain through programs such as the Heat Pump Ready Innovation Fund, and as well, of course, as addressing installation costs we also need to look at running costs. And again, Jan set out the challenge earlier. And I've never been shy in saying that there are some real political challenges involved in what we know technically as price rebalancing, addressing the relative cost difference between gas and electricity. And again, if we take action on that, then you can probably see the reaction from some of the same vested interests against this. But however, the government is committed to action on this, and I can tell you that there is a lot of work going on in my department as we speak, and we hope to have some more to say about this shortly. We're also aiming to lower electricity prices in other ways, including through wider electricity market reform, including through further expanding domestic renewables generation. So my message to you is that there is a genuine appetite from me, from within the government, to tackle the barriers to the installation of heat pumps. But to truly succeed, we need to work with you, the enthusiasts, the industry, and all of the organisations that are going to be required to make it happen. The ultimate prize is one worth having. It's one of low carbon, smart homes that are cheaper to run because they are more energy efficient, meaning ultimately that families can spend more of their hard-earned money on the things that really matter to them, whilst at the same time supporting jobs, growth in other parts of the economy where it is badly needed. And that, I think, really is a prize worth fighting for. So thank you to each and every one of you for your efforts so far, and I look forward to working with you in the coming months to help to unleash the full potential of heat pumps across the United Kingdom. Thank you very much indeed for listening. Very happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. And I think you just offered that you might take a question or two. So do we have any questions? We've got a waving hand at the back.
Thank you, Lord Callaghan. Tamsin Lishman from Kenza. It would be very good to hear from you a bit about the Future Home Standard.
It would indeed. Yeah. So it's not a policy for which I'm responsible. It's a DLUC policy. I'm definitely on their case, and I've been very clear that we have a government commitment to implement it in next year. The consultation is live, I think now, or is it closed? I can't remember. But anyway, the consultation is ongoing. Frankly, it's something we should have done 10 years ago, but we need to do it now. I've spoken to Baroness Swinburne, who's the minister responsible. She is also committed to it, and I know she's on the case with her officials to make sure that it is implemented next year. That is the government commitment. I'll certainly be doing all I can to make sure that DLUC are not shy of coming forward with this. It needs to happen.
Thank you. Any more? We've got a hand over here, and I think probably that will be all we've got time for.
I'm David Oldham, the Energy and Carbon Manager at Oxford City Council. My question really relates to the Swedish idea of a court that someone can go to. It doesn't have to be that, but a means of giving consumers confidence that if they take this decision on technology that they really don't understand, whether they've completely lost the plot or whether they're safe.
So I think that's a really good point. I've spoken to the Swedes about this. I'm not sure a court is the right forum for that, but I think you're right. Heat pump technology is something that's not widely known in the UK. There is a lot of misinformation about it, and people are unsure of the technology. So we need to make sure that they have a good experience, because you can have 99 perfect installations. You have one that goes wrong. That'll be the one that's promoted and objected to in the articles in the Telegraph, Daily Mail, etc. All government finance schemes, of course, are MCS registered. MCS provide under Trustmark a long-term guarantee for that work. So even if the company does go bankrupt, you can go to the trade association. You can highlight that guarantee. You can take action against that. Obviously, you can finance it yourself, and you can go to a supplier that's not recognised, and you're not getting that insurance-backed guarantee. I think that's probably a better way forward than setting up a new court system. I think it's kind of slightly against our legal traditions. There's a different system in Sweden. So I think that's the way I'd prefer to go down.
Thank you very much indeed. Disappointing though, it would make for an alternative to Judge Judy.
I could see myself sitting on ITV on Sunday mornings adjudicating on these things.
Excellent. Will everybody please join me in thanking Lord Callanan again. So we're wrapping up our morning session and going into the longest networking session of the day, and importantly lunch. So yes, once again, if you are not already on it, do check out the Digital Intros app, and if you have any issues, chat to the team at reception. Head over to the central networking area where lunch is served, but also please don't forget to take a moment to explore the exhibition stands. And we'll be coming back this afternoon to hear from Dr. Matthew Aylott, Valiant, Kenza, Green TV Media and ERA. And I'll be handing over to Charlotte Lee to host. She's a Chief Executive at the Heat Pump Association. So it's goodbye from me for now, but I get to relax and join you all. Thank you all, and thanks once again to all of our speakers this morning.
So, welcome back, everybody, and I hope you had a great lunch and are refueled and ready for this afternoon's session. And of course, had the opportunity to develop some new partnerships and explore the exhibitions that were here today. My name is Charlotte Lee, and I'm the Chief Executive of the Heat Pump Association, and delighted to be here to host this afternoon's sessions. The Heat Pump Association represents over 80 organisations across the whole supply chain within the heat pump sector, with the core mission of accelerating heat pump deployment. And it's fantastic to be a partner of the first Heat Pump Summit. We've heard a lot this morning around the need to scale, and it was really great to hear from Lord Callanan the genuine appetite from the government to tackle the barriers to accelerating heat pump deployment. And it's with great pleasure that I now introduce Lord Callanan's top policy advisor, no less, although he wasn't here to hear that this morning, unfortunately. But Dr. Matthew Eilert, Electrification of Heat Policy Lead at the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, and he will talk to us about the crucial role of government policy in kick-starting Britain's heat pump revolution.
So hopefully everyone can hear me. So as Charlotte introduced me, I'm Dr. Matthew Eilert. I'm the Electrification of Heat Policy Lead in the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. So just to give you a bit of background to why we think heat pumps are so important and crucial, we obviously have our legally binding net zero commitments, which everyone should be aware and familiar with. We also have legally binding interim carbon budgets, which the Secretary of State has a responsibility to meet. We have worked out from the carbon budget profile that we need to reach, that we need to deliver at least 600,000 heat pumps a year by 2028 to meet that obligation. But I would argue, and hopefully other people here would agree with me, that decarbonising heat is probably the hardest challenge to overcoming net zero. It's consumer facing, it can be costly, it can be disruptive. It's also involving multiple actors, installers, energy suppliers, manufacturers, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution for every home. Now, I'm going to play a slight game with you here. This is my version of blankety blank. So changing the way we heat our homes is going to be incredibly difficult. There is no simple solution. Now, in each of these cases, you'll see that there is a blanked out box with a newspaper headline. Here, we have concerns over natural gas bills as being a key headline. That was from the Coventry Evening Telegraph in 1969. We've got something leaving a scandalous trail of noisy, should say noisy, and I think it's inefficient installations. Again, gas conversion from 1968 from everyone's favourite, the Buckinghamshire Examiner. Consumers unable to obtain something, advice on natural gas appliances, from the Spalding Guardian in 1964. And finally, ministers asked to sort out the whole gas conversion programme from the Coventry Evening Telegraph in 1970. So I highlight this to make the point that decarbonising the way we heat our homes is a massive challenge, but we've been through these massive challenges before. What we do, and what I hope everyone here is trying to work towards, is making life as easy as possible for the consumer. There are lots of lessons to be learnt from the conversion to natural gas. So during the 1960s, 1970s, we were promised safer, cleaner, cheaper central heating for the whole house. It was not an easy transition, as many people might allude to to, it was disruptive, it was costly. There were multiple concerns about the availability of installers, the competence of installers, the dependence on imported gas, threats to jobs in the coal mining sector. And that's why, at the time, there was a massive campaign to try and educate people, inform people, but also raise broader awareness. And here there's a great picture on the top right-hand side there, suggesting that with natural gas, even men can cook. Thanks to that, that's paved the way for myself and others to do the household chores. So where are we at the moment? What progress have we made so far? So I'm using some numbers here from MCS and the Heat Pump Association. In 2023, the Heat Pump Association estimated that we installed over 60,000 heat pumps, including 40,000 MCS certified heat pump installations, primarily through schemes like the Boiler Upgrade Scheme, the Energy Company Obligation, but also a host of other regulatory measures and other funds that we have provided and supported the heat pump industry with. We've still got a huge way to go. So between now and 2028, to achieve our 600,000 heat pump a year target, we need to grow by 58% a year. That sounds like a frightening, scary number, but if we put that in context, the other European countries who might be competitors to us, in Germany, the market for heat pumps grew 59% in 2022. In Netherlands, it grew 77%. In Poland, it grew 112%. And in Belgium, it grew 118%. So it is possible. So what are we doing to help scale up the heat pump market? So we're providing funding, and here's a sort of short précis of all the funding that we've provided over this Parliament and what we are planning to spend over the next Parliament. You can see that we are committing over £12 billion of government funding towards the installation of low-carbon heating and energy efficiency measures. We're also regulating for low-carbon heating. So, as Lord Callanan alluded to, we will be introducing the Future Home Standard from 2025 to ensure that all new homes are zero carbon ready and fitted with low carbon heating technologies like heat pumps or heat networks. We're also introducing the Clean Heat Market Mechanism in 2025 to obligate manufacturers to increase their sales of heat pumps in proportion to their share of the boiler market. We're also legislating to ensure the end of installation of new and replacement fossil fuel heating installations off the gas grid from 2035 and on the gas grid from 2035. And linked to the replacement of gas boilers, we will also be making decisions on the role that hydrogen might have in domestic heating by no later than 2026. So we know one of the biggest issues, and one of the ones that I'm very passionate about, is reducing low-carbon heating costs. So there's obviously the upfront cost, the average cost being about £13,000 or just over £5,500 with the Boiler Upgrade Scheme grant. But for me, the biggest issue is the spark gap, which is now amongst the highest in Europe at 4.06 as of April. And that means that on average, a consumer with a heat pump will be paying more than they would with a gas boiler, potentially up to around £150 a year more. So that's a big challenge that we need to address, because we know that consumers are driven by their financial situation. They want to see a payback on the equipment that they install, particularly with low-carbon heating measures like heat pumps. So to try and address this, firstly the upfront cost, we've zero-rated VAT on heat pumps until at least April 2027. We're encouraging cost reduction on energy-saving materials like heat pumps through our innovation programme. We're introducing new legislation requiring all heat pumps and alternative electric heating technologies that can be used flexibly to be smart, so internet connected, able to flex with tariffs that are available on the market. We're reviewing our electricity market arrangements to support more locational pricing of electricity, which will drive down the wholesale price of electricity. And finally, we are committed before the end of this year to publishing our plans for rebalancing electricity and gas costs. We also know we need to do more to develop our supply chains and infrastructure. So according to the Heat Pump Association, we'll require more than 30,000 heat pump installers by 2028. According to the CITB, we might require up to 60,000 heat pump installers by 2028. We're also reliant on imports for the majority of our heat pumps, and we need to leverage more investment to build a more resilient electricity network. So what are we doing as government? Well, we've introduced the Heat Training Grant, a £5 million commitment to providing vouchers to help with retrofit, retraining of installers. We've also introduced a new low-carbon heating technician apprenticeship in September, which we are waiting to see how it's progressing. We haven't seen any stats on how many people have taken up the low-carbon heating technician apprenticeship at the moment, but we hope that will make a really positive change to getting new entrants into the market. We're supporting changes to installation standards and ensuring consumers can be confident they're finding competent installers by requiring all grant-funded installations are undertaken by certified MCS-accredited installers. We're also providing funding through the Heat Pump Investment Accelerator competition to strengthen and invest in local manufacturing supply chains. And finally, we're investing in network infrastructure through our RIIO ED2 price control framework with Ofgem, and also trying to reduce connection times and costs through our Connections Action Plan with Ofgem. I think this is a final slide. I'm just going to touch on what we're doing around public engagement, which I think is another really crucial area that we need to work on. So awareness of low-carbon heating technologies remains historically low, in the UK more than anywhere else. Only 21% know a lot or a fair amount about heat pumps, according to our latest Public Attitudes Tracker, published just last month. What we're doing to try and address this, so we've published the Electrification of Heat Demonstration Project results, which show that heat pumps do work in a wide range of different homes, different housing archetypes, different housing ages, even operating efficiently at low temperatures. That might seem very obvious to a lot of you in the room, but actually having a trial to back that up has been really important, and we're using that information to help inform the general public. So we're investing millions of pounds in marketing campaigns across TV, print media, online to promote heat pumps. You might have seen that on TV. It's the Welcome Home to Energy Efficiency campaign that we've been running. We've also launched a heat pump suitability tool to help consumers check if their house is suitable for a heat pump. We've published user guides, case studies, and we've also been piloting new services as part of our £20 million government funding to help get expert advice to consumers, including things like special energy cafes, green doctors, and a retrofit bus. And I'm not going to go through this, but I will flag it to you that we do have a plan, which might surprise some of you, but we have a plan to 2035. And I always put this up because I want to show people that actually some of the negative headlines that government doesn't have a clear strategy to 2035, how we're going to deliver our 600,000 commitment, how we're going to set the pace to deliver a decarbonised electricity grid, are untrue because we do have a very clear strategy. It's well mapped out. We know that there are big crucial things coming up, like the strategic decision on the future of the gas grid, which will have a really meaningful impact on our future rollout of heat pumps. But that's just to provide some sense of the direction of travel to 2035. And then finally, to summarise, so we remain committed to putting in place the policies which will deliver 600,000 heat pump installations a year by 2028. It's a big challenge, but one we're committed to trying to achieve. We know and we accept that not every home will be suitable for a heat pump. Around 20% of homes may require an alternative form of low carbon heating, and we plan to consult on that later this year. We intend to take strategic decisions on the future role of hydrogen in 2026, but as we've previously stated, we see heat pumps as being the predominant technology and hydrogen for domestic heating having a much more limited role. We are working with industry and lots of familiar faces in the room, overcoming some of the barriers that I mentioned on the deployment of low carbon heating. We are tackling rising electricity prices. We are investing in supply chains. We are funding training. We are funding innovation, and we are improving consumer awareness. So I will stop there, but if we have time, I'll very happily take a couple of questions.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but thank you so much, Matt. It was very interesting to see your blankety blank game. Yeah, super. You know, the fact that history is repeating itself is very evident from that. And we've got through it once, and we can get through it again. Also great to see you have a plan. And I think one of the takeaway words from this morning is collaboration. And we need to ensure that we are collaborating to help make sure that the plan is realised. And we all have a role in that, not just government. So we will now move on to our next panel, which will look at closing the skills gap and bridging the training needs for heat pumps. It's brought to us by our panel partner, Vaillant. And if I could please invite the speakers and panellists to join me on stage. We have Mark Wilkins, Technologies and Training Director at Vaillant, Lee Tilbury, Managing Director from Nita Heat, Ian Rippon, Chief Executive from MCS. We will first hear from Mark in terms of his keynote speech and give a panel keynote and moderate the session as I join the panellists with Lee and Ian. So thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Charlotte, and thank you, Matt. Follow that. Always difficult to follow somebody that's got so many laughs. I've always been told to start a presentation with a joke, but unfortunately all the microbore gags were taken this morning, and I've been left with a very narrow pipeline of humour. Come on. Okay. Mark Wilkins, Technology and Training Director for Vaillant in the UK and Ireland. I'm a 40-year veteran of the gas and heating industry. I may not look it, but I am. I joined the Gas Board as an apprentice gas fitter. And my career has pretty much been one long transition. I worked on appliances that were converted from town gas. We saw in Matt's presentation, sort of that was the 60s and into the 70s. I've worked on the switch from standard efficiency to high efficiency condensing boilers. And now we're looking at the wide-scale deployment of heat pumps, and arguably the biggest challenge, decarbonising homes, but I think probably the most exciting opportunity that we have, and definitely the biggest prize that I've seen in my career. Now, many of you will know Vaillant as a manufacturer of fossil fuel boilers, gas and oil boilers across Europe. However, we are rapidly moving into heat pumps and low carbon technology. We manufacture heat pumps, we manufacture cylinders and hot water storage equipment, accessories, controls, and everything that you need to support the heat pump installation. We've made massive investments in the UK, multi-million pound investments in new production lines for heat pumps. We produce heat pumps in the UK. We're investing in training and upskilling of our staff and supporting the upskilling of the industry. Our investments in the UK alone will result in 300 new jobs by the time the production plants are up and running to capacity, predominantly in the East Midlands, including, and I can answer the question about low carbon apprentices, 10 low carbon heating technician apprentices that we've taken on. I believe, and I look to Ian here, but I believe it's the first 10 in the UK, and we're proudly working with Derby College to put those young people through their apprenticeship. Now, we've heard a lot of policy levers from Matt, and we sort of categorise them in 4 pillars or 4 clusters. We know we have the oldest and leakiest buildings in Europe. So we have to work to improve the building stock, to improve the fabric insulation, and to generally raise EPCs across the housing stock. We know that we work traditionally on high temperature, 80-degree flow temperature boilers and heating systems. We have to make sure they work with heat pumps, which operate at lower temperatures. So we have to improve the heating systems. We have to stimulate demand through consumers, and it's good to have heard from Matt some of the activity that's ongoing there. But that would include building consumer confidence, education, grant funding, financial incentives. And it's good to have seen recently some of the new time and type of use tariffs that are coming through, and some changing business models of how heat pumps are getting into the market. Now, the scale of heating in the UK is about 1.5, 1.6 million boilers installed every year. And as we've heard, many of those are from breakdowns. We install about 65,000 heat pumps a year. So the scale is there, massive switch that we need to go through. About a third of carbon emissions come from home heating, and there are around 24 million homes connected to the gas grid, which is why gas boilers are the incumbent technology. But as I say, the prize for heat pumps is massive. There's no silver bullet. To my colleagues at Vaillant, I had to get that one in. There is no silver bullet to decarbonise our homes. It will take a range of technologies. It will take everybody in this room and many, many more to do that. The panel today will be discussing closing the skills gap. I would widen it a little bit to closing the skills and labour gap. Now, the slide on screen is looking at the yellow dotted line is the 600,000 projection, 600,000 heat pumps from 2028, onward towards 800,000 or 1 million by 2030. And the bar charts are our prediction on current run rate of where we're going to get to. So we'll be a couple of years behind if we don't do something. Now, one of the major challenges, and the fourth pillar, was about increasing skills. And that's increasing skills of designers, of installers, and everybody in the supply chain so they truly and properly know what the heating system should be doing when connected to a heat pump. The graph there is a projection of the number of heat pump installers needed. We'll talk some numbers in a minute with the panel. We are on the way, but we need to keep going, and we need to get many, many more installers. So, being in the illustrious university city of Oxford, I thought we'd pose the panel an exam question for today. How do we close the skills gap, and how do we overcome our labour shortages? So I'll stop at that point, sit down and pose a few questions, and we'll get the debate going. Change of view. Ian, how many MCS engineers or installer businesses are there at the moment?
For heat pumps, there are 1,800 businesses that are certified, because MCS is focused on a business, and rough estimates, that's about 6,000 individuals.
Okay.
So not too far off your chart.
Right. And is installation the only issue we've got to address, or are there other things that we need to upskill on?
Design is clearly a skill that, you know, arguably that we've let slip a bit in the fossil fuel sector. So yeah, design skills, installation skills, but we see the whole journey. I think this morning talked about the experience of the consumer. So it's right from the point of having confidence to sell a heat pump to a consumer and convince them as their installer of choice that it's the right solution for their home, doing heat loss calculations, designs, fitting the right heat pump for them, installation expertise, and then after sales and commissioning. So it's the whole piece really that we need to look at.
And we throw into that as well the softer skills about the difference in sell of the heat pump, the difference in use.
Absolutely, and getting used to that new technology. You know, and Mrs. Rippon has had to go through this process. I'm convinced we've now got our heat pump, and she's needed to understand, you know, what would that mean? What's it like living with a heat pump?
Okay. Charlotte, how has the heating landscape evolved over the years, and where are we now in terms of the numbers of installers that we've got?
So we've heard this morning from yourself and Matt just now in the sense of how we've transitioned before and how we will again. But we're currently in a situation where we have 130,000 registered individuals on GasSafe. Not all of them necessarily installing boilers. Some might be servicing and maintenance. Some might be purely on gas fires or not the boiler itself. But if we assume there are around 80,000 individuals that are qualified to currently service that 1.5 million market that you said earlier, the graph on the screen is an extrapolation of full-time employed individuals that we have assessed in terms of the need for installing the 600,000 heat pumps by 2028. You'll see there 33,700. Ian's given you a view of the number of certified businesses, and I think that's really important to understand in the sense that GasSafe and that Corgi model is based on individual certification. We can easily see the number of people who are qualified and competent to carry out those installations. We don't get that same vision or the same insight for the heat pump side. It's much based on certification of the business. We don't know how many people within those businesses have the correct qualifications or experiences to deliver the role. We have a rough assumption of 4.3 is the latest assumption in terms of the number of individuals qualified per MCS registered business. But that's not set and it's not clear. And we heard this morning about naming the people that were responsible for the install to hold them to account and to provide that consumer satisfaction and that consumer confidence, actually, rather in terms of that install. And without speaking for MCS, I know that that is the way they are looking to move with their scheme redevelopment, and it can't come soon enough. But in terms of where we are now, HPA recently conducted some data analysis with awarding organisations and certificate of competence providers in terms of the number of individuals that are qualified to install heat pumps based on a qualification that the government offer the heat training grant for, and that's what we've used as a de facto appropriate course. And 22 to 23, but we've seen a 166% increase in the number of qualified individuals from 22 to 23, which doesn't tell us if they're competent, doesn't tell us if they are doing heat pump installs, but it does absolutely show that there's been a big shift and a big change in terms of the demand for the courses and for the training. Great, thank you.
Lee, you're an installer.
Correct.
How did you get into heat pumps? Was it difficult to switch from your core business? And what are the sort of skills differences that you see?
We got into the heat pump industry, first of all, well, with a lot of caution. It took some training, some research, and before we could really dive straight into it. It wasn't an easy transition from boilers straight over to heat pumps. Mechanically, very similar. But as a multi-trade and as a whole, there's more to it. So
I think that's very important because the numbers we see there are FTE, or the numbers we saw in the graph earlier were FTEs. We need plumbing skills, we need electrical skills, and a lot of heat pumps are mounted with condensate drains into soakaways and on concrete bases. So there's some construction skills that are needed. So it's a different skill set to the traditional gas boiler or bathroom and that type of work.
There is the mechanical element to a heat pump installation. Copper pipework, fittings, it's generally there, but it's the controls, the electrical element, the building element, that really actually starts to come into play, and your average one-man band that might not have those skills would find that quite difficult unless they had the support of a company.
Okay. Charlotte, are there any, is there any help out there for people transitioning or wanting to transition from traditional plumbing, heating to heat pumps?
Yeah, so I mean the government have launched their heat training grant, which is £500 voucher, but is often match funded by the manufacturers, and that provides support for the qualification in terms of the training funding for that. Although there is some concern that it doesn't perhaps go far enough in terms of compensating for the lost revenue of on-time work. Having said that, we have the courses. We have regulated courses. We have the capacity to deliver those courses. So within Heat Pump Association membership alone, our members have told us that amalgamated together, they can train 40,000 individuals a year to install heat pumps. So we have the capacity, we have the course content. What we don't have is the demand.
Okay. Ian, I know you're doing a lot of work with MCS with colleges and trying to upskill that side. Can you tell us a little bit about that as well?
Yeah, it's linked to the low carbon heating technician apprenticeship, which you will know we launched last year and attracted healthy funding from IFATE, the regulatory body. So, I mean, congratulations to Vaillant. You're supporting Derby College. They're the first 10. That's a cohort going through the college at Derby through your support. We've set up a delivery group. We had an employer group that defined the content of this 3-year apprenticeship. Now it's about promoting it. And that's a mix of things. That's about train the trainer, support for college tutors who might be a bit nervous about moving into low carbon. It's about standard materials and content. It's also about what centre spec do they need. What's the technology, range of technologies that they're training students on. But linked to that is how do we motivate young people? And that's often the case. It is young people. I know apprenticeships are for everyone now. But young people to see this as a career that's meaningful, that's well paid, and that's part of the agenda, something that we've realised that in our work with a local college, City of Liverpool, a couple of years ago, we realised that students didn't understand that these jobs were even available, and certainly their parents didn't. And despite what my kids tell me, your parent is still the biggest influencer on children. So in terms of their choice of career.
And it is very important that whoever wants to chip in at this stage, I think it's very important that we do attract the younger generation. We have an ageing workforce. Yes. We know that there's roughly 800,000 school leavers a year, of which historically 50%-ish have gone off to university. So we're competing for a pool that's quite small when you consider all the other industries, trades and courses that are offered. We've got to make ourselves attractive as an industry. How do we do that?
If you're looking at anybody. Yeah. I mean, you're right. First of all, we're competing with every other sector. I don't know any other sector that's got more resources than they need. Everybody's competing for resources, and there's a number of reasons why that is. So I think making a difference to climate change every single day, installing a heat pump, and one that's going to change the lives potentially of some of the customers you'll work with. I think the Gen Z, Gen Z research suggests that is important to a next generation of heat pump designer, installer. So we've got to meet them where they are. So the traditional ways I think about talking to young people, we've got to meet them where they are, and they're predominantly online, of course. So how do we talk to them about this fabulous opportunity that we're here today to discuss, and get them excited about it? So many more opportunities. We need to create opportunities to engage young people. We're not doing nearly enough.
I'm looking for shameless brownie points from our marketing department, but I know from brand work that we've done about the Vaillant brand, everything that we touch on in terms of decarbonisation and climate change, connectivity, connected solutions is massive ticks in the box for young people, for the Gen Zs of this world. So
digital data, data engineers are putting in, they're part of the heat pump deployment, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Lee, have you taken any apprentices on, or have you taken mature workers on?
We have taken apprenticeships on, 2 that we've taken through into the heat pump industry, and generally we tend to develop forces leavers as well.
Interesting. You're based in Aldershot, home of the British Army, so you've got a link in there with the services?
Yeah, correct. So ex-military myself, so it was important for me to help ex-service leavers transition from military life into civilian life, and doing that with a trade. So we work with a company called Career Transition Partnership, which helps service leavers train and do a short, intense course in heating, come over to us and do a 3-month work placement. And it's at that point that we start to train those individuals on low temperature heating and try and move them into the way of heat pumps, not just boilers, because those concentrated 5-week courses are so aimed at gas and safety.
Yep.
But actually in our 3 months that we have with them, we spend that time talking to them about how we're moving now into the heat pump industry, and that really works.
And I think it's important to differentiate between the younger, newer entrant through the apprenticeship, 3-4 year structured scheme, and those transitioning from maybe adjacent industries. The mature employee coming in is more of a short course, but equally I think, and again, feel free to contribute, we need to move to a mentality and a culture of lifelong learning and CPD, continual professional development. Even in our industry, we've got to keep that going.
Yeah, look, the power of development in an individual is based on their desire to learn, right? So when we have an ex-service leaver, for example, coming in to do a 3-month work placement with us after a 5-week course, their desire to learn, I can get that engineer within 1 year up to a very, very good standard of a heat pump engineer. An apprentice, maybe their desire to learn isn't so heightened as that, so it can take a little bit longer, but it's still systematic and building that culture into the apprenticeships.
And just touching on the CPD aspect, as well as the MCS, there are also competent person scheme providers upon which that is based on minimum technical competencies that are currently being reviewed and will be released shortly, she says. But that is very much building towards a CPD mentality too, in terms of ensuring that the knowledge is kept up to date, which is really important. And touching on your low temperature comment just then, it was really pleasing to see in the government's response to the improving boiler efficiency consultation recently that they are committed to bringing forward a requirement for all fossil fuel boiler engineers to undertake low temperature heating training, because as you know better than me in this room, the heat pump is part of a heating system and it will only operate as efficiently as the heating system itself. And I think, you know, coming through this transition and looking back to when we transitioned to natural gas, we missed an opportunity to upgrade the heating systems to enable a lower flow temperature operation. And it feels like we're being caught, and heat pumps are being caught in this challenge of actually retrospectively trying to do something that would better everybody's heating system, and it's getting that sort of message that over that initial pain point as well.
And that's a consequence of like cultural laziness in our industry. We wanted to understand low temperature heating to start off with in the gas world, to design better, to size better, not just finger in the air or radiator looks good under that windowsill. And then once we actually started to produce that mindset, then it was easy for us to move on to heat pumps because we were already thinking that way. And I think that's where gas companies need to start thinking about.
Okay. Charlotte, I know there's a CPD coming up from the Heat Pump Association on modern refrigerants.
Yeah, absolutely.
A webinar coming up soon.
Yeah, we're really committed in taking a much more proactive approach to training and awareness. So we, the HPA own regulated qualification frameworks, what we've recently updated, which set the learning outcomes upon which Ofqual regulated heat pump training courses can base their courses on. And we have one in the audience who does exactly that, and we enjoy a really close partnership. But as well as providing those regulated qualification frameworks, we see it as an association's role to support the whole sector, and the installers that are currently doing the installations and have the qualifications, they perhaps wouldn't have received the training on the forthcoming, the new latest refrigerants and the impacts and the considerations they need to be aware of.
Very important because it is a very dynamic industry and things are happening very, very quickly. So the constant learning is important. I'm going to go to questions from the audience in a second, but I've got one more for Lee and probably for Ian just to chip in on. But MCS umbrella schemes can be used to help bridge the skills gaps as installers are coming up to the right skills levels. How do you see that?
I think it's important. I think it's probably the most important skills gap that we can use. We need to take one-man bands, we need to educate them and support them through the process right from the start, the installation point, and then to support them with the admin, the back office part of an installation of a heat pump. If we can do that, then that's where we can actually manage and maintain, a vast army of heat pump installers. And I think you actively support
Any
that now,
views,
right?
Ian, on that? As the MCS wizard.
Well, thank you. Yes, I think there is absolutely a place for umbrella schemes and well-run umbrella schemes. We've issued some guidance on our observations of what good umbrella schemes are that aren't just about a sales process. It's actually about the skills and the technical support they can give to contractors. So I think there's a lot of talk this morning about different types and sizes of contractors. We're going to need everybody.
Yeah.
So we need what I would refer to as artisan, smaller, highly specialist installers, supremely well trained, as well as the larger, more corporate installer. And how to get into the industry, an umbrella scheme is actually a well-run one, is a good way to start.
Absolutely. I see the man from the ministry has been busy scribbling notes as we've gone through, which is always good, but then he's sitting in my eye line. So there's been lots of notes taken. Great discussion so far. We'll come to the audience. So have we got any questions? I know it's the slot after lunch and you may all be dozing. Is there one Ardle at the back, and then we'll come to this one here as well.
Hello.
Hello.
Ardle Qureshi from Heat Geek. Like and subscribe. I've always wanted to say that. As some of you in the room may know, we help to train installers. We help to give them a place to dip their toe into the world of heat pumps, in this exciting and wonderful world of heat pumps. I'm excited to say we have a panelist who's done that training, if my records are correct, and that's not Ian, by the way. One reflection I had coming into this industry is, connecting some of the conversations we've had recently, are we at risk of seeing this skills challenge in 2024, but kind of replicating the town gas mechanics of how we did it? Our course is purely digital. It produces documented API-driven best results in the industry in terms of SCOPs, and yet doesn't qualify for the government grant. It's not a problem. We've got plenty of installers coming to take it. This is a digitization of the energy system as well as an electrification. Let's use the tools that we have at our disposal to create the most flexible, user-centric capabilities to upgrade the skills, uplift the competencies in the industry, and not overlook the amazing gas industry that exists in the communities around us.
Thank you, Ardle. I'll throw that open to the panel, and I'll give you a brief one-liner at the end from my view as well. But does anybody want to take that one?
Go on.
Yeah, it was just to say that what we do for one, we have to do for all. And whilst your digital, the course demonstrates and proves fantastic results, the heat training grant, and I'm not speaking for the government, but it's based on courses that have third-party verification and certification, so they're regulated externally by awarding bodies or UCAS in some cases. So that's no justification, I guess, but it's just being mindful of how that money is best protected, and what criteria upon which the courses are evaluated would need to be set and then measured, rather than and hopefully Matt is scribbling away to look at what can be done to support your very course.
From my point of view, Ardle, we have to change the way that we train traditionally. We've got to use modern techniques. We've got to use modern methods. Some of it will be blended, some of it will be online, some will be face-to-face. We've had long discussions over the last few meetings that we've had on that subject, but it's definitely a time to change the way that we address skills in this industry, and there's a place for everything, notwithstanding the need from, I guess, Audit Office for the regulated side of things. But again, good news, Matt's been scribbling, so that's cool. There was another question. Is it Mark? Yes, Mark Krull.
Mark Krull, LCL Awards. Probably do without the mic. My question was probably aimed at Matthew from the figures he put up. I've noted throughout today that skills is one of the pillars that needs addressing. However, it's addressed through courses for ourselves or with Heat Geek, whatever else. But when you put up the figures, I was the £5 million allocated for installer skills seems woefully inadequate for the challenge that we face through maybe a grant scheme that seems to be very much start, stop at the moment. And so if you do recognise that it is a challenge that we have to meet, I would say £5 million does not meet it.
Ian?
Yeah, I think it's the very definition of a wicked problem, actually. I don't know that it is just about skills. I think what we learned from the closure of domestic RHI is that when businesses are faced with a real deadline, they turn their resources onto where the demand is. So it's demand side as well as supply side.
It's consistently, skills is one of the pillars. 5 million versus spending for heat pumps of 87 billion.
And drawing in all audiences, so a place for Heat Geek, absolutely, and a place for as long as we're not patronising gas installers with PowerPoint-based training, and they've got hands-on, real experience, and they leave their training confident. And then with the changes that MCS is bringing in around delivered quality, we want to see evidence of competency in the field. I think that it's that entire recipe, and let's hope the man from the ministry finds a way to fund that.
Ian, just bring Charlotte in. I think we're running out of time, so we just give Charlotte the closing comment here on that one.
It was just to say that, you know, I mentioned earlier with the response to the improving boiler standards and efficiency consultation, the government are looking to introduce some of this training through a regulatory or mandatory point of view without the funding. So I don't think we just look for the money, we also look for the sticks or the sticky carrots, as I heard somebody say the other day.
And it's an industry problem, and those in the industry have also got to put their money where their mouths are. Mine's fairly big, so I'm quite happy to put a bit of money into that one. But we've all got to play a role in the training and the upskilling. Panel, thank you. An interesting debate. I am handing over to you, but I want a quick show of hands as to whether my students have earned their degrees this afternoon. So,
From Oxford?
well, we've got one, so I think it's a no. So, Charlotte.
Lovely. Well. So a big thank you, but you didn't earn your degrees, and me neither. So, you know, there's work to do. But we're now going to have our afternoon networking break before our next session, where we'll be joined by Kensa to explore how we deliver heat decarbonisation at scale. That's that scale word again, one of those key phrases that keeps coming up today. For homes, so scale for homes today and tomorrow. If you haven't already, the Digital Connections app or the Digital Intros app is still available. There was a Wi-Fi problem, I think, but go to reception, you'll get a QR code, you can log on, sort it out. But also, during this second networking session, or this afternoon's networking session, Oxford City Council will be hosting a side event in Seminar Room 2, where they're going to be giving some insights from the Department of Energy and Security Net Zero funded Clean Heat Street project. So that includes optimising the onboarding to the completion of the life cycles, planning considerations, stakeholder engagement, technological advances, and all delegates are welcome to join them. You've got 5 minutes to get your coffee and then join them inside room 2. So we'll see you back here for the next panel session debate at 3:30, and thank you all. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I trust you had a great networking session and lots of cake, hopefully, and have your blood sugar levels high. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the penultimate panel today, which is hosted by Kensa Group, where we'll bring together industry experts to explore the challenges and opportunities in delivering scalable, clean heating solutions for both new build and retrofit homes. I was lucky enough just last week to visit the Kensa manufacturing facility down in Truro. I was going to say sunny Cornwall, but the sun didn't shine for me, unfortunately. And to visit their infamous Heat the Street site, meeting a very happy homeowner, and also having a delicious pasty. So if you can please welcome the panellists on stage. We have Ashley Craighill, who's the Director of Operations at Kensa and has real-life experience of managing and delivering scalable, decarbonised heating solutions for thousands of happy homeowners and tenants alike. We have Tamsin Lishman, Chief Executive Officer of Kensa, who will shortly be delivering the keynote speech. Andrew Sissons, the Deputy Mission Director at Nesta, and John Bromley, Managing Director for Clean Energy Strategy and Investments at Legal & General. And I will be facilitating the panel. So before we start that, let's hear from Tamsin, the CEO of Kensa Group. Thank you for supporting the inaugural Heat Pump Summit, and I will hand over to you.
Thank you, Charlotte. It always seems impossible till it's done, to quote Nelson Mandela. And sometimes we heard today, heat decarbonisation can seem impossible. But at Kensa, as Charlotte said, we are delivering mass retrofit projects, new build homes, heat the streets, social housing at scale. We believe we're currently the largest installer of heat pumps in the UK, clearly hoping to keep that title, but more competition coming in. There we go. So why are we here? I mean, the opportunity, I think we all see, to decarbonise, remove heating and cooling from the need of using fossil fuels, providing comfort. We've heard today about that importance of providing affordable, easy to implement or easy to consumer-focused solutions. The need for, we want to continue comfort in our home and increasingly also cooling in summer. And that opportunity that exists across the UK and across the rest of the globe. There we go. And at Kensa, we are really, really passionate about what we do and that 25-year history about designing, manufacturing, installing, servicing. And we do ground source heat pumps, and I'll share a bit more about that in a minute. I think someone needed to change the battery. Right. What do we do? So Kensa's model is to do ground source heat pumps at scale. And let me just talk a little bit about ground source heat pumps. So ground source heat pumps take the energy from the earth beneath our feet, take that to a small heat pump in someone's kitchen cupboard under the stairs, boost that with a small bit of electricity to get over 4 units of heat for every unit of electricity. So Jan talked earlier about the 3.3. Our SCOP's 4.5, can be higher. So the most efficient form of heating. What does that translate to? 40% lower running costs, 40% lower need to upgrade the grid. So what we do is we go in and we do a street, sets of tower blocks, new build housing developments, and we drill boreholes in the ground, doing that at scale, roughly 1 borehole for every 2 to 3 houses. We then connect pipes carrying water with antifreeze in it to this small white heating box in a kitchen cupboard under the stairs. And with the backing of Legal & General and Octopus, we fund that upfront capital cost. And we talked earlier on about the need to provide funding and financing solutions. So this is literally a boring infrastructure class. Pipes in the ground, 100-year life, pretty maintenance free, that then investors like L&G and Octopus, invest, institutional investors money, pensions fund money in, and we charge a small standing charge to private consumers that's much lower, and they still save money against their running costs. So this is the model. I mean, what we can say is there are billions of pounds of private sector money waiting to be deployed in these kind of solutions. And what we need is market certainty. So really, really kind of the expertise of Kensa, we make it simple for our customers. And I think that's part of the other thing. We're going to provide comfort. We're the experts in heat, and we do all of that understanding the ground, the boreholes, the heat losses, and provide them the choice of electricity tariff, thermostat to make it look and feel like what people have got today. And you'll see there, we talk about the gas network. It's kind of like how the gas network works, but just in a modern way. And I think the opportunity for companies like Kensa in this to come up with solutions that work for customers, work for private investors, and are scalable. And I've seen we've got the expertise today, and Ash will share some more. So then if we take this then on an area by area approach, and for us, heat zoning and heat network zoning is really important. There's all the opportunities from taking cooling for supermarkets, offices. That heat then warms up the ground. The ground's like a giant thermal battery, seasonal battery, that then provides even more efficient heating in winter, so lowers those bills even more. We can optimize then around PV, battery, and again, optimize the grid. So all the things we're reading in the paper about things like, we're constrained about the grid, development's not going ahead, challenges on decarbonisation. We can do, and in new build, have an offer about ground source for the cost of air source, but also ground source unlocking developments where there are grid capacity constraints because of that lower grid and that optimization. So huge, and I think, in this we recognize energy as a system, and we're the experts in that. We provide comfort through understanding borehole to radiator and the most efficient energy system from electricity meter to electricity generation. So we, as I say, 25 years of experience. We do what we call non-domestic, leisure centres, schools, stately homes, offices, all kinds of public sector and commercial buildings. We do new build homes. Basically, by the time the resident moves in, all the infrastructure is under the ground. They've got a white heating box, choice of thermostat, choice of electricity tariff, maintenance free. We do private retrofit, both mass retrofit and individual. And we do a huge amount of social housing. I think, this is something, again, probably we can't reinforce about the importance of solutions to take people out of fuel poverty as well as decarbonise heat. So just in case anyone hasn't missed the benefits of why ground source heat pumps, at scale, the efficiency, 40% lower bills, 40% lower electricity grid upgrades, as quiet as a fridge, practically noise-free. Another benefit is effectively free cooling. So that same earth takes the heat in summer, stores it for winter, creating an efficient system. So in a world where we're seeing increasing issues about overheating, a heating and cooling optimized system. And no air source heat pump on the outside of your house. I think there, we'll come and just sum up. But we heard today about we have to make it easy and affordable for consumers, and that's absolutely the heart of what we do. I think we really, at the heart of what we do is that consumer trust. We pride ourselves on our 4.8 Trustpilot rating, and we pride ourselves on that care about keeping our customers, people in their homes, warm in winter, years after they've bought and installed their heat pump. And we proactively registered with the Heat Trust because we recognize about that importance of customer confidence and giving people the trusted expert. A message I'd really like to land with policymakers, with decision makers, with people in the room, solutions like Kensa exist. They're deployed at scale, they're scalable, they're there. I think we have all the solutions we need across many different parts of the heating decarbonisation. We need the policies to support us. Future Home Standard is important, but actually we need the kind of, the deployment of these at scale, whether that's in, Greater Manchester. We've got various projects underway in London and across Britain. And the last sort of message to leave is there are billions of pounds of private sector money ready to be deployed. I really don't see the funding as being a barrier to decarbonising heat, with the right commercial models, the right entrepreneurship, and those right consumer trusted products. So, thank you.
Thank you, Tamsin. And I guess, we've heard it's already happening. We've heard that you're deploying this solution right now. And I thought it might be good to go first to Ash, who is managing thousands of these, or has done over the past 4 or 5 years, I believe. So in terms of your learnings or your feelings about what's needed or what's already available or success factors, I suppose, what have you found? What have you learned from those thousands of installations that you've already managed?
So over the years, I've been with Kensa for 4 years now. We've probably personally been involved in numerous projects delivering anywhere up to 3,500 to 4,000 ground source heat pump installations. Some of the biggest challenges we have is, and everyone's mentioned it here today, is that end user. It's them being able to understand right down to that level of training of how do we use this system, what's involved in the installation, the running costs, and then it's, if you go into social housing, for the landlords to preempt that installation with that resident and say, look, if we're changing from gas or night store heaters, to give them that understanding of what that difference is going to be, and it's that build up of that, and it's that customer journey that Tamsin mentioned. That customer journey is key for those residents, because as soon as you get one bad resident or one bad install from an install that might not have been trained properly, and it's tapping into those resources such as HeatGeek, I think they were talking earlier, giving that knowledge to those installers, and not just, if you think about the umbrella schemes where you might have a commissioning engineer, or you've got British Gas where you've got lots and lots of installers. It's a heating system, and there's nothing, yes, it's larger radiators, there's a design element there, but in terms of everything else inside, it's plumbing and heating, it's pipe work. There's nothing new there. The heat pump is easier to install than a gas boiler. I'm a gas engineer by trade. You can install a ground source heat pump and an air source heat pump that's a bit more involved, probably faster and easier than a gas boiler. And there's this perception that a ground source, because of the ground array and the infrastructure, may take a lot longer, but if that is part of the infrastructure, it's not actually impacting the resident. You can be doing all that work outside months and months before, and you're actually only in the property for that resident for, say, 24, 48 hours, which is faster than an install on a lot of other things. So, and it's all about that perception. It's getting that end user to buy into what you're installing. We've got residents, a project, I think East London, 272 installations we carried out. The installation started in February, final installation went in July. And over that period, I don't think we had any complaints. Overall, 272. There was no complaints, and that was key to the rest of the team, making sure that customer journey, the information that was handed out prior, the build-up from the client, the support from the client, and everything there was pretty much structured.
And I guess that comes back to the warming up and the time spent explaining the process to the customers and to the clients themselves. And so, Andrew, from your side, in terms of the policies needed to drive this sort of wide-scale decarbonisation of heat in the way that we've heard about today, what would your number one or top two asks be?
Blimey, it's a difficult thing. So I guess you can characterise the way we do heat pumps in the UK for the most part as an individual choice piece. You choose when and whether you want to get a heat pump. That might become constrained in, say, 2035 when boilers are new boilers are phased out. That individual choice piece is great, and it's really good at stimulating a market, but it can mean for consumers that sometimes you're on your own, and sometimes it feels like a real specialist pursuit, seeking out a heat pump. And we know that people, Rory made this point earlier, we know that people like to see what their neighbours are doing and do these things together. Nesta has a scheme called Visit a Heat Pump, which if you want to show off your heat pump or visit someone else's in your neighbourhood, check it out. But that's all about trying to tap into the community benefits. We know that in a lot of denser areas, the idea of just individual hot pot, where you're dealing with a lot of city centres where probably heat networks are going to be a big part of the mix, and indeed in denser places where it's just really hard to see how you would do a sort of hodgepodge approach, we are maybe going to need a slightly more coordinated approach. And there's also huge opportunities to bring costs down, to do things better, while managing, as Tamsin hinted at, the electricity grid, which is a huge pressure, which if we do get to scale, is going to really be a pressing thing, and also the gas grid, which is going to be something we are going to have to work on the future for. And if heat pumps go in and you kind of know where they're going, and it's in something of a coordinated fashion, it might become easier to solve some of those grid challenges. And I think that what I'm sort of suggesting is not that you'll kind of throw out the individual choice approach and switch to a kind of planned rollout. And I'm certainly not suggesting you would take away people's choice. I think you still need to be doing this on the basis that people can choose whether to opt in or opt out. But there is a model I think we need to develop, particularly for cities and dense areas, but that could be offered in a lot of different places, by which people can switch with their neighbours. You can do this concept of street-by-street transitions. Yes, with choices. It shouldn't be a kind of offer you can't refuse. I don't think I think it's very unlikely politically there's going to be a cop-out here where you're just going to make one technology compulsory, but I think it should be an offer that's really attractive to people and a kind of thing that doesn't go there. So in terms of how you would get there, some of this is quite prosaic, but it's stuff we've got to start doing really quickly. We do need a plan for every area. I think Scotland and Wales is close to having local area energy planning or a version of across the board. I think in England we're a lot less than that. I think we need a plan and to understand what kind of techs are going to go in which streets everywhere in the country, and I think we need to get on with that because it matters. You need to know these things. I think that the ambitious version of that then is to take those plans and start to deliver on the back of them and say, we think this street, the best option might be a certain technology, be it shared ground source, be it heat network or something else. Let's actually commission that and start offering that to people and see which streets can go first. But the really critical bit in this is the resources, is that at the moment there are very few people on the ground, particularly in local government or similar, who can actually go out and plan or manage a transition. In places which need some kind of coordination, we're leaning a lot on private companies to do that, which is not super easy, not particularly efficient. And this is something we're working on at the moment at Nesta, trying to work out what is the best way of putting those resources. But we're going to need some people on the ground that are employed by the state or something similar. We're going to need to bring together local government, electricity grids, probably the new RESPs, the regional energy strategic planners, and we're going to need to make sure that, and that obviously is going to be difficult in resourcing terms because money is tight for government and local government is, cash-strapped would be a serious understatement for the state of local government. So that is something that's going to need attention, and I think, frankly, if we can't put in place some of those things rapidly, we're going to find that there's a lot of parts of the country where it's really hard and people are confused about where they should go next.
And I think that's a good segue if we're talking about money to come to John and ask what attracted you in terms of this heat decarbonisation market to make such a significant investment. What's interesting for you? I shouldn't use the word exciting.
That was my edit, but a fair one. There are quite a few layers to this, and we've certainly come at this as an investor that is trying to, looking at the system. I think that was one of the most important things that we recognised when we explored what were the opportunities to invest into the energy transition more broadly. And sort of an observation of that system is certainly that route to that direction of travel to electrification, which it actually brings about it fundamentally changes a lot of things about the system, how it operates, and ultimately it'll have implications for the market. So for us, looking all the way through that, you look at how do we ultimately decarbonise the built environment as we characterise it. Look at the UK markets, particularly difficult infrastructure that we have. We've got some of the leakiest buildings and some of the oldest infrastructure in some of the developed countries. So again, for me, that presents a really significant opportunity for new technologies. And actually, one of the nice things in heat is a lot of the technologies are actually not all that new, which means they're not quite as intimidating to investors, and I hope ultimately to consumers, that you have to adopt something where you can't find 5-10 years of track record that these things actually work, and they've got some history already against which we've been able to develop and improve them. So some good investor fundamental characteristics which move on to this is actually a challenge about how do we scale, how do we get adoption levels up, and it's complicated. There's a long way to go. There are lots of challenges along the way. If you're going to work really hard to overcome those challenges, just how big is the size of the prize? Where could you actually get to? And again, heat as an entire sector and need in that journey presents a huge market opportunity where, as I said, the technology's there. This will be about business model opportunities, new ways of servicing customers. And I think what's actually really interesting here is people ask often, what is the investor perspective? It's really very similar to the consumer perspective. It's, am I out there on my own? Is this a great idea? And everybody's going to say, gosh, let us join in. Don't know why we didn't do it sooner. You've put X million to work. We want to do 10 times that. How do we do it? That's a great position, but equally, unless we have some clarity and confidence in direction of policy, and also that the solutions that are coming through from the industry and from the market and from companies like Kensa, are they actually going to take the consumer with them? Will the consumer see that opportunity? And I think a lot of those same points that have been raised throughout the day-to-day, whether it's on the installation side of that consumer journey, or whether it's the policy side, these are front of mind for investors too. So huge addressable market. It's absolutely worth going at this. And actually, we think just the system-based logic of we need to electrify, the world is going to change in that direction. We're going to invest in wind farms. We're going to be producing green electrons. And my goodness, we can really make them do 3-4 times the effort in generating heat. That has real longevity. And if somebody says to me, John, what happens in 10 or 15 years' time if what are we going to do about cooling, etc.? Even more excited that heating in many, especially in this kind of heat pump area, is the other side of the coin of the heating. So we could be potentially tackling multiple challenges. And I think the final thing to say is, how do you get started in this? And how do you introduce not less sophisticated, and I don't mean that in a intelligence way, I mean as in, can't spend huge resources and time getting to know the ins and outs and details of how heat decarbonisation works. How do we bring in institutional investors who want to write very big checks, want to relatively simply understand the business model and how their capital can be deployed? This has been a really interesting place to start for us because it feels that it's less one by one, who's going to install on this street, who's not. Will this consumer be attracted to the grant? Will they not? There's an opportunity here to put some infrastructure in the ground and then over time provide a solution that people can connect to and would naturally get its own scale. So that would be a few comments.
Yeah, super interesting and definitely great to get a perspective from a perspective from an investor that has, put their money where their mouth is, as it were. And conscious of the time, but Tamsin, there seems to be increasing talk around the idea of complex to decarbonise. So it was formerly referred to as hard to treat. We're moving to a more nuanced position in terms of this complexity, which I think largely is due to the Prime Minister's net zero reset last September, where he suggested that 80% of households would be suitable for a heat pump, leaving a question mark over what happens to that 20% as we move to the need to decarbonise the entirety of the housing stock. But I just wondered what your view on that complex to decarbonise piece is, and what you're doing as Cancerol within the sector to help address that and provide a solution.
Yeah, I mean, we decarbonise all homes, but our kind of day job is decarbonising complex decarbonise. So Ash talked about tower blocks. This is installing heating systems in tower blocks, at multiple, and Ash talked about, hundreds of homes at once, 24 hours, from start to finish to install a new heating system in a home. So a tiny bit of disruption. With that consumer focus, you can hear you get the right buy-in, and again, the proposition, much lower bills. So recently we've done a project right in the heart of London, social housing retrofit, 100-year-old flats, a tiny area of ground to drill the boreholes, but enough area for I think it was about 16 boreholes to cover the flats. People say you can't drill in London, you can, we do it. So I mean, in answer to your question, I think, lots of this become kind of barriers to why we don't need to move. And that probably is my biggest worry, because when I think about what we do, complex decarbonise is our day job. It's what we do every day. And I think we shouldn't allow that to become a delaying tactic.
Yeah, an excuse.
Yeah.
Well, that's a very succinct answer, which was necessary because I was being given the 1 minute nod. So we will now open the floor up to any questions on large-scale heat decarbonisation, and happy to send the roving mic as appropriate. So we've got one over here, please. Yeah, thanks, Elliot.
Afternoon, Matthew Clubb, run a building decarbonisation business in Scotland. It's absolutely amazing that, it sounds like the economics of it work out, that this works for any building, more or less. I guess as a kind of fabric-led fan of decarbonising buildings, the other huge opportunity that I see is the social benefits that we can bring in making better indoor environments through reducing condensation, damp and mold, better indoor air quality, things like that. And I guess my fear is that the market gets hold of it, the energy for electricity comes down, and it's great, we're decarbonising, excellent, but we're not seizing that opportunity of improving our housing stock, which is, for me, the other huge social benefit here. One study somewhere showed that a deep retrofit project saved the local NHS 42 pence for every £1 spent on deep retrofit. So my question to the panel is, how can we, absolutely big fan of what's happening, but how can we make sure that we somehow build those social benefits into this and take the burden off on NHS at the same time? Thanks.
I mean, I'll maybe go first and hand over to other people. I think I'm going to answer this in two parts. So the first part is, it's really good that there is increasing consensus about decarbonisation in the most cost-efficient pathway, and fully agree with you, insulation, double glazing, all of the cost-effective energy efficiency measures should be the first things that are done. And actually, in the projects we're involved in, that happens. Then we look at what's the most efficient form of electrification of heat. What we see in our social housing is that residents' bills reduce substantially. At Thurrock, the residents' bills, actually what we found is they go down by over a third to a third or a quarter, so 75% reduction, but people are buying more comfort, so their bills go down by about half because they're buying more comfort. The second part of my answer is, we very much echo your point about the wider social value of keeping people warm. It was great to see the warm homes prescription. That's very much our view. We've actually done some work, and we've analysed the economics. There are actually hard pound benefits for local authorities about reducing mould and taking gas boilers out. There's quite a substantial cost in just the servicing and maintenance of gas boilers, the repair and replacement of mould, and then the other social value of better health and the kind of local economy, pounds being spent on eating, not heating. So, very much echo that too. But also some really quite substantial savings every year on just the cost of having gas boilers in social housing.
I think no more questions. Sorry, thank you everybody. I was trying to sneak another one in there. So a big thank you to our panellists, and before we draw the day to a close, I'd like to hand over to the founder of Green TV Media and the creators of this summit. So, big round of applause for Aid Thomas, who brings us to the final panel of the day, which aims to address the marketing and communication challenges and opportunities, of course, associated with the UK's transition towards the 600,000 heat pumps that we've heard so much about. So I think we can do one round of applause for Aid to come on and this panel to leave.
Thanks very much indeed, everybody, and thanks very much indeed to Charlotte for doing such a great job on the moderating side, and to Mary Brooks for doing an equally brilliant job this morning. And thanks very much indeed to everybody for coming to this, the inaugural Heat Pump Summit. It's been, I think everyone has agreed, a fantastically successful day. It feels like a moment when the sector really needed to come together in a day like today. So we are absolutely delighted at Green TV Media to be able to support the sector with the first Heat Pump Summit. So my name is Aid Thomas. I am the founder of Green TV Media. And I'm sure we will witness some super exciting partnerships as a result of this summit, with ongoing collaborations that will no doubt follow. At Green TV Media, we built out what we call an ideas infrastructure for change. So that includes the EV Summit, now the Heat Pump Summit, World EV Day, electric drives, the Top Women in EV campaign, and now the Heat Pump Summit. And we have other plans, super exciting plans too, which some of you know about and which I'll announce alongside Plug Me In at the end of the panel discussion. But let me first start by outlining a few lessons from across almost 10 years working in marketing and media in the EV space. I've been largely working in the EV space up to this time. We work closely with Auto Trader, so we get access to some really powerful insights, data and metrics from Auto Trader. So to go through some lessons, the take-up of EVs, as I'm sure you're aware, has been pretty meteoric over the last 5 or so years. There are now in the UK almost 1 million EVs on the road. But what we've not seen is, and perhaps lessons here for the heat pump sector, is what we thought we would see at around about this time, which is the Osborne effect kicking in, whereby when circa 15% of a consumer cohort think the new thing is better than the old thing, the other 85% almost magically transition over. That hasn't really been the case. So why is that? Let's have a think about the psychology of adopters. I mean, the first thing, my first insight is that early adopters, and we're really just coming out of the early adopter phase for EVs. Early adopters are strange people. They're a weird bunch of people. They like complexity. They like to solve problems. They're people with MSCs in electrical engineering. These are not normal people, right? They're people like you in this room, right? So that we need to think about that in the transition to the next phase, to the early mainstream. And there is definitely a friction gap that we're experiencing, and perhaps that will be the case with the heat pump transition. So because of that, I think we need to start thinking about big ideas to engage those consumers, and that's the part that I'll come on to later. So what are the forces behind some of those friction gaps? Well, Matt Aylott, others have discussed some of the conservative media being key drivers of this friction gap, and our good friends, the Daily Mail, have actively had a campaign against electric vehicles. So this is the kind of thing you can expect perhaps in the heat pump sector. I mean, literally on the front page of the Daily Mirror, it says campaign against EVs. That's the kind of territory upon which the EV sector has been operating in over the last year or so. I mean, what it didn't say is we don't like EVs, but it pretty much may well have said that, and it didn't. So that's the kind of context we have to deal with. So at Green TV Media, we've been trying to counter that with just wave after wave of positive campaigns, channels and events. So for example, we've built out a channel called Electric Drives, which is now the fastest growing LinkedIn channel in the world for the automotive sector. It shows how, there is a very positive audience for positive storytelling. That's a massive success story in our world. With the EV Summit, as we hope with the Heat Pump Summit, we've seen some enormous successes. So I mentioned this morning Energy Superhub Oxford. That's a £41 million collaboration that came as a result of the very first EV Summit. So I hope you're all hatching a plan for the next multi-tens of millions pounds collaboration as a result of today. That there is that is it. That's about 3 miles down the road in South Oxford. That's the Redbridge Park and Ride EV Hub, which currently is now a major project charging cars. I'm sure as I speak it involves National Grid, Fastned, Tesla, Winea, Oxford City Council, EDF Renewables, all bringing that kind of collaboration together. And the big thing we did off the back of the EV Summit was to deliver a really, really major, in this case, global campaign. So we harnessed the collaborative power of key people in the sector, the EV sector, to create a day to celebrate electric vehicles. There was no day to celebrate electric vehicles, so we created it. We defined, working with key players in the EV space, a day in the diary, September the 9th for World EV Day, and it's now absolutely massive. It's the 4th biggest LinkedIn channel in the world for sustainability. It trended on Twitter last year in the UK in the top 50 tweets, number 47 to be precise. And it had a traditional media reach of over 1 billion. So we have very, very good plans, strong plans with some of the key partners here, and I'll mention this after the panel, to deliver something very similar in the heat pump sector, initially in the UK. So that's the plan that I'll reveal a little later on. Some of you know the plan, and hopefully the rest of you that don't will love it and want to get involved. So thank you very much indeed to everyone again for being involved today. I'd like to finish the day. Well, the finish of the day will be a lovely networking session with food and drink for us all, but I'll finish the day now for the final panel discussion looking at media and marketing in the space. So if I could invite up to the stage, please, Ian Fisher, the Director of Marketing at Callison, Tom Callow, the Head of Corporate Communications at My Energy, Susanna Saltz, the Sales and Marketing Director of CB Heating, and Harriet Butcher, Head of Public Affairs at Centrica. If you could all join me, please. I'll try and make the panel perhaps a little bit shorter, and I'll try and maximise a few more questions for interactive Q&A from the audience. So thanks very much indeed, everybody, for being involved. I've been talking about lots of lessons to learn from the EV sector. I was very keen, Tom, to have you on the panel to discuss that side of things with you. I mean, you've had a long and illustrious career in the EV space. Give us your sense of some of the challenges from the EV space that maybe the heat pump sector can expect to understand in the media and marketing communications framework, please.
Sure. I'm not sure about illustrious, but definitely quite long, and thank you for calling me strange as well.
You are very strange.
I am very strange. So I think there's a few lessons I think that are really important. And obviously, one is obviously around change and the fact that there was a shift and there was that kind of push to change. I think harnessing the strange point, in the early days of electric cars, and I mean, I defined the kind of modern electric car era as kind of 2009 onwards. Before that, there were obviously electric cars, but really that was the moment when you had sort of, if you like, proper electric cars at scale start to come to market. And I think, obviously, the early ones were quite strange. They looked very bizarre, things like the Mitsubishi i-MiEV, if you want to look that up. They were odd vehicles, incredibly expensive compared to anything else. And you really had to be someone that wanted beyond anything else to drive an electric car to get one. I think what happened sort of in the latter part of the 2010s was that you had the rise of companies like Tesla who made electric cars cool. And I have varying views on Tesla, and particularly their founder, not founder actually, he's not founder, but their former CEO. But what they did was make electric cars cool. No one can deny that. However much you hate Tesla, they made electric cars cool. Everyone wanted one because of Tesla. So I think you need that catalyst for change to be in the industry to move things forward. But I also think, and a huge part of it is very simply, and people who are people like me who are sort of paid to influence and stuff hate this because it means that we don't really have a job. But it's really the word of mouth aspect that's been so powerful with EVs. It's basically once you know someone who's a bit like you or in your sort of social circle or whatever who gets one, it's like any technology. Once your mate was the first one in your group to get an iPhone, you wanted to look at their iPhone and figure out how it works and whether you wanted one. It's the same thing. That translates really strongly with EVs, and I suspect it will be the same with heat pumps as well. In that, if I look around my social circle at the moment, actually no one in my close family unit, etc., yet has a heat pump, and I might be the first. But in my social space with EVs, we've got two EVs in our household. My mum got an EV because I got an EV. My uncle got an EV because she got an EV. And it's a domino effect. And I think that's going to be one of the most powerful things in this sector is basically it's going to be a people-powered transition, less so a product-powered transition.
Okay, so Ian, obviously you're super cool. Are heat pumps super cool? And if they're not, can we make them cool?
I wouldn't go that far in terms of me being cool, thank you. He just made a comment how tight my trousers were, so I don't know whether that's a link to that. I think we can. I think Tom hits a nail on the head. I think advocacy is a huge one, right? And I've sat in the audience of every panel today, and every panel has had its own agenda headline, but it's always come back to awareness, education, as the biggest barrier point. Well, yes, there's cost, yes, there's disruption, but being able to tell a story of the benefits of a heat pump and the benefit to living with a heat pump is actually more important. We've seen some really good data from Gail this morning, and Sam, a colleague that plugged me in, saying that there is a vast majority of consumers that are open to already getting a heat pump. I think the tackle for us marketeers and communicators in the room is how do we get them from being aware to actually considering? And that's something that we are importantly trying to tackle ourselves. But I think being a part of this session today and having so many people in the room shows that we're all combined on making that happen.
Very good. Susanna, I know you said in terms of levers to engage consumers that sustainability has been a key driver in heat pump engagement. Cost is still an issue or around about parity, but tell us about your experiences of how we use sustainability as a narrative to bring consumers on board in the heat pump transition.
I think sustainability is really one of the key drivers. I think we're still in kind of the infancy in heat pumps. It's, I've been in it for a good number of years and came back into it, and it's still the new builds, the renovations. We're beginning to see a few what I call kind of non-retrofit houses coming through where they're just replacing their gas boiler, upgrading a few rads, and it's becoming a little bit more BAU, but they're still few and far between. And that's what we're trying to show through our marketing campaigns, that actually it's the general public can do it. Try and dispel some of the myths that we talked about earlier, that, they're not noisy, they're not ineffective. Yes, it will be a different type of heat, but it's that education piece as well.
Yeah, very good. And Harriet, you work on the public affairs side, so you have a slightly different brief from marketing communications. Obviously, government policy, the grant incentive scheme is a crucial variable. Can you tell us a bit more about your work and how policy is a key driver of engagement?
Yeah, so I think, there are certain things that government can do and should do and we need help with. There's a lot of stuff that we should be doing. I think, first of all, I want to make the point that I've no doubt that in the next 5 to 10 years, heat pumps are going to increase because all of the data that we have seen through our Net Zero Index, British Gas, and the research Gail mentioned earlier today, we are finding that people between the ages of 18 and 30 are the ones most engaged and most wanting to do something about net zero. Well, hopefully in 10, 15 years, they will be household owners and therefore they will be able to get it done. But in the meantime, we have to look at what we can do. We need policy certainty. Nobody wants any changes. There have been changes. There have been some great changes. The increase to the boiler upgrade scheme, we saw a 600% increase in interest in heat pumps. Just in the days after that, partially due to the great marketing, getting it out there to consumers and raising the awareness. But ultimately there are some barriers and there are things that as industry we can do on cost. Introducing heat pump tariffs, as Gail mentioned earlier, we'll be introducing one later this month. But there are other things that we need government to do. There's all the planning issues. We know that there's going to be announcements later this year and that government are looking at permitted development rights, but not in Wales, and in Scotland they've got the whole other policy and ideals. I think our role is to speak to government and make sure that they know what the problems are, what we're doing to find solutions with all these problems, such as costs and providing awareness to consumers, but also what we need them to do. And obviously we're in a difficult period because of the general election, so it makes things a bit harder to get through because some of the policies aren't going to be popular, and newspapers are going to push against heat pumps if rebalancing doesn't go exactly how they want, and if it sounds like it's going to be more on poor people who have gas. So there's a lot to do and there's a lot to discuss, but it's all exciting because you can see that whichever party you talk to, they are interested in net zero and they're interested in bringing the costs down of bills on consumers, and ultimately electrification is going to take such a big part in that, particularly in the next few years.
Very good. I'll go around and ask you all the same question. We talked a lot today about 2028, 600,000 heat pumps needed to get to the government target each year for that 4-year period to 2028. Let's paint a picture of what 2028 looks like now. We've achieved this fantastic goal of 600 installs a year. What does that look like, and what are the marketing communications strategies or public affairs strategies, in your case, Susanna, that have helped us get there? Susanna, what would be your sense of that?
So I think we need a reason for the average consumer to switch. We need a savings message. We've got to address the energy costs, I think, is the biggest piece. We were talking, others have talked on the panel about family members, sister turn around to me, why would I switch? Why would I switch when it's cheaper for me on gas? And so I think that's the only way that we're going to really get there, and we're going to move away from those that are really, they'll do it because they're happy to put their savings into it because there's a sustainability reason to do it. That's why people, I think, on the whole, are buying at the moment. So we need savings messages and we need government intervention.
Okay. Tom, what would be your sense of a strategy to get to the 2028 target?
I mean, firstly, I think it looks daunting, but we have kind of done that similar growth before, right? So if you look at a 5-year period with EVs, about 5 years we've got now, if you look at a 5-year period for EVs from 2018 to 2023, in 2018 we had about 60,000 registrations of new EVs, and in 2023 we had 600,000 nearly. So actually we've done a sort of a 10x increase in 5 years before of a technology. It's not too daunting to look at a similarly kind of, okay, maybe it's 15, not 10, but it's not a disproportionate magnitude. I think to get there, and as I say, it's boringly from a non-comms point of view, it's got to be people powered. It's got to be back on this focus about skills and people. An EV you can just drop on your driveway and you can carry on driving it. Okay, you might need a charge point installed, but I think the necessary workforce behind the heat pump rollout will be what's the key enabler in my view of kind of successful transition, making it easier and quicker to get one. I think in terms of the messaging, one of the things around cost is actually that far more homes by then, millions rather than sort of 1 point whatever million, will have things like solar panels on. And actually, once you get them, as someone that's got them, you start looking around for everything to power them. You're like, I've got this energy now, I want to power stuff with it, and I think that there's a really strong link between people who get solar panels and get an electric car, because they get solar panels and go, I've got loads of excess solar, I need to shove it in something, I'm going to get an electric car to shove it in. Or they get an electric car first and then go, oh crikey, my electricity bill's gone up, I can get solar panels and offset it. It's disappointing the government kind of chickened out, and you can criticise me for saying chickened out through REMA on the delinking of gas and electricity prices for now. Obviously, we've heard that they're going to make an announcement about sort of making pricing more equitable by the end of this year. But I think they'll have to do that quickly, because if for no other reason, and I don't want to end up in the Daily Mail headline here, but there will be a social unrest, right, between people who cannot get solar panels on their own home, they live in a council flat somewhere or other, and people like me, because I'll say, hang on, how can that guy generate essentially free electricity on his roof? So he's relatively, well, compared to me, he's well off. He's got his own energy. He's getting energy for free off his roof, and I can't, because my electricity's pegged to the price of gas. That's not fair. And there will be unrest around that if the government doesn't sort it out. So I think we've got to kind of have that message as well.
I wasn't expecting solar social unrest to raise its ugly head. That's a new concept. So you're in a fortunate position at My Energy of working across both solar and electric vehicle charging, domestic charging. Do you, in your marketing communications, do you join up those dots? Do you make it clear that you have an offer that works across all of these solutions?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I have an ecosystem that effectively is a home energy management system that people can buy into and have a battery and stuff as well. We do solar installations as a business now as well. I think there's, as I say, there's a really strong link there. We've got a solar power diverter that links to heat pumps as well, so we can run them off solar as well. So I think just as people understand, as people get more understanding of energy and specific electricity, I think that will be a key enabler of heat pump transition, is that people will start to understand electricity better and get less worried about this switch to an electrified heating system.
So Ian, Plug Me In also works across different facets of clean technology, EV charging, and obviously heat pumps. What's your sense of a marketing communication strategy in those, joining up those areas, and how we get to the 2028 figure?
So I think generally the conversation today has been extremely positive, but we've all made comments on how negative it can be. I think more importantly, it's what happens after today. And I think that we have to take this conversation from this echo chamber and we have to take it to market. The positivity and trying to flip the narrative, collaboratively working to do that. There's going to be an element that we all as organisations need to be selfless. I think the commercial people in the room will probably hate me saying that as a marketeer in terms of lead generation and sales for today. But there is enough opportunity for us all to win if we can work together to change that narrative and along the way educate and drive more awareness from a consumer level.
What I noticed in the first year of the EV Summit and what I feel in this room with the inaugural Heat Pump Summit is the market is so nascent that there is still a lot of room for the idea of inclusivity and collaboration. It feels like even pretty direct competitors are up for collaboration, which is encouraging. Yeah. Harriet, any thoughts on how we get to 2028 and from the public affairs perspective?
The Future Home Standard's going to take up a load of those as long as it gets legislated, and the government need to move fast on that to make sure that it's implemented, and then there's a time period to get it sorted. So that will take up a lot. There'll be a lot in social housing, but I think there's some things that we need. During the skills panel earlier, I didn't hear any mention of reforming the apprenticeship levy. I think we can use some of the unspent funds. 26% comes back, and that's after it's gone back to smaller businesses. It goes back to the Treasury. Some of that could be utilised to upskill existing workers. On heat pump skills, it doesn't take long to train a heat pump installer if you're already a gas safe engineer. Obviously, rebalancing costs is one thing. Some of the schemes, such as ECO, are due to end in 2026. Boiler upgrade schemes due to end in 2028. We need it to be simplified for consumers so that they know where to go and what to get. So one scheme that has it all, almost like the ring that has it all. You want that one scheme that people can go to and they can get whatever they need from it, and easily, and perhaps that's delivered through suppliers and installers, perhaps it's from government, but I think we need that to happen. And wider awareness, and that starts with just when people are getting their boiler service, their engineers just saying, oh, your boiler's got this long left, you might want to have a look at these things to get yourself heat pump ready. You don't necessarily need to move at this second, but this is the journey, this is the pathway to get you towards low carbon heating, which is, ultimately the benefit to the planet and to yourself as well.
Very good. Thanks very much, Judy. I'll make a bit more time available for questions. So if you could raise your hand, state where you're from and who, if you have a specific person in mind you'd like to ask the question to. Chap over here. Elliot.
I'm probably another one of those that's got quite a loud voice. So we don't need the microphone. My name's Matt Pumphrey from EcoConnect. I think there's a couple of points. I think it's been a fascinating day, and I'll put this in perspective of where I'm coming from. For my sins, I've done 30 years in the sustainability world, I've been fortunate enough to work in lots of different echo chambers, going back to Ian's point, and I think there is one sort of coming here. But one thing I'd say is that there's lots of other sectors have gone through this similar transition, as AIDS has been talking about with EVs. I was thinking, a comment this morning around standardisation. Well, renewables 20 years ago was in that same space as it sort of transitioned or emerged, but now it's got an asset class all of its own. So there are lessons to learn in there. The recycling industry had a real problem back in the 90s about how to engage with the domestic homeowner. They cracked it in certain areas, so there's lessons to be learned there. Aggregation of demand and standardised investments, the previous panel, the Investor Confidence Project, that was a project that was run in Europe about 5-6 years ago. Lessons that we can pick from there and shift across. And I think sitting in this room, there's some fantastic people with great knowledge, great experience, and a great passion. But how do we bring them all together, get all that information into one central point so we have a sort of, I don't want to use the phrase, but I will, a single point of truth
to then be able to go back and fight. And let's be honest, we will be in a fight, as the recycling industry was with the waste industry, as the renewables industry was against the fossil fuel lobby. We are going to be going into a fight over the next 5 years. So how do we make sure that we've got validated, verified information that we can fight back with?
A great statement, Matt. Is there a question in there? And if so, who's it for?
How do we bring this information back to one central point? Aidan, obviously, it's looking to you as an ability to be able to get that information out there as well.
Any ideas on that? Anybody?
I think we've spoke at large, mainly centric this morning around the collaboration piece. I think we need to be, to my point around being selfless. And I think there's one thing saying it, there's another thing acting upon it and being able to share the data, the content and the narrative. It's not per se answering your question, so I'll fudge it a little bit, but we know the power of a positive story. Just 2 weeks ago, there was an article from the BBC that didn't necessarily put any positivity on heat pumps. It just stated that the grant scheme was available, and just internally at Plug Me In, we saw a 500% rise in lead generation that 1 week. No doubt others in the room would have seen it because we're probably all bidding on the same PPC terms. But my point is that we should do better collaboratively, which I think is what you're saying, to be able to come together at summits like this in other forums, which, I mean, it's something that we are passionate about at Callison and Plug Me In, at creating more environments like this that we can all come together. I know Aid is. I think that's the only way that we do it.
There's a couple of back on this side. Elliot, you want to take both of them one after the other in no particular order?
Second build on that very
Yeah,
quickly.
please go ahead.
I think that, and I'm not suggesting who it should be, but there probably does need to be an association or organisation that kind of rises above to get that, I don't know, monthly cadence of great news coming out of this space, right, in terms of installations, consumer switching, in the same way, say, the SMMT has done that for the car industry. I mean, the SMMT doesn't have to do anything. It doesn't have to lift a finger to get monthly new car registrations out in the media, because the media come knocking on its door every month going, can we have you on to talk about new car registrations, please? It's just a matter of it's in the BBC's diary now, it's in every media outlet's diary. In the same way, we kind of need that cadence, an organisation to create that cadence so that it just becomes part of the media narrative every month or every fortnight, whatever. And I don't think anyone's really doing that yet. You get great annual stories about it, about how many installations have happened this year, but I think we need that extra cadence to how successful it's been.
The questions at the back here.
So Mary Brooks, Low Carbon Hub. I am curious about this, the point about savings and having to be able to sell the cost savings of it. Totally get that you wouldn't want to sell that it's going to cost more. But I suppose the thing that I'd appreciate a reflection on is if we think about how double glazing is sold, it's usually connected with efficiency and it does not pay back within the lifetime of the product. So whilst it might be the case right now, does it have to be the case that there must be a savings message coming alongside that?
Is that to anyone in particular, Mary?
Actually, I'd be interested across the board. Obviously, Suzanne, I think you made the point, so it'd be interesting to hear your reflection, but maybe just, other perspectives too.
So if I take that first. So with the point of double glazing, I would, I guess, argue back on that. Actually, it makes the aesthetics of the house look nicer, and it actually, provides more comfort inside as well. You take single glazing out, you put double glazing in. Yes, you've got a savings, but it actually feels warmer and, it's more comfortable for customers to live in. I think the challenge you've got also with replacing a boiler is it tends to be a distressed purchase. And whilst we've had one or two, we've managed to squeeze in because they've got a hot water cylinder and we've really, broke all processes. We've got in a distressed purchase. On the whole, a heat pump can't currently be a distressed purchase. And this is the challenge we've got to do, is trying to get customers thinking about it before it's that crunch time and it's too late. We've had a couple who are like, I'm going to do without heating for 2 weeks because I'm not putting gas boiler back in. I want to decarbonise, I want to get electric heating. But that's just the odd one or two. The normal customer would actually go, my boiler's broken, I've got kids at home, I've got elderly parents, I need some heat. So, I still think to get it out mass, we need the savings message. I don't know what others think.
Yeah, sorry, I was
Go on.
just say I completely agree. We're an energy supplier as well as installer, transporter. We're completely integrated as the message we send out. But essentially, customers are still unable to afford energy. They are struggling. There's a cost of living crisis that's still ongoing. There's a lot of work that's been done to help people with energy, with our British Gas Energy Support Trust, and we've given £140 million to customers, but there's still people who are really struggling, and their energy is still a lot more expensive than it ever has been before. Energy went up 4 times the original price before the energy crisis, so we really need to have that savings message, because that's what impacts people when they look at their bills. If they can save on their bills, then they'll be much happier. So I completely agree that we need to talk about savings. It's imperative for most people.
I'd just like to avoid one distressed questioner. There is one final question at the back there, Elliot, near the post at the back. The last question, and please state your name, and if you have a particular person you'd like to answer the question, please.
Jonathan Waxman, a question for the panel. There's a lot of chat about collaboration, about working together. I'd like to hear more about competition, because I haven't heard much about how we're going to drive down costs for heat pumps. I have heard that the initial upfront cost is a big barrier for consumers, if not the barrier. So I'd like to hear more about how we're going to drive down costs for consumers.
It's more of a business question than a marketing communications question, but it's a good question. Anybody have any sense on that?
I mean, for me, some form of financing, if you like, for the consumer is key, right? Because that's how EV adoption has actually accelerated. So if you look at the curve, it was like 21 to 29% sort of annual growth pre the benefit in kind tax coming in, where basically company-owned drivers went from 30% tax and diesel to 0 in EV, absolute no-brainer. And then we had like 140% market growth, because everyone went, well, this is a financial no-brainer, let's switch. And things like salary sacrifice have been really important about driving down price from a financing point of view. So I hate it when people talk about buying new cars. Nobody buys a new car, really, in terms of buying. People who buy new cars are leasing companies. There are a few people that buy new cars, but very, very few. People lease them. They don't really own them either. So this idea of basically getting into it through how do you finance it, I think the upfront cost for consumers is actually a lot less important than everyone makes it out in the media. It's about what is it costing me per month, what am I saving, what am I spending, and am I netting out?
Ian, I think that's probably a cost question, very relevant to you.
Yeah, so I totally agree, Tom. I think Plug Me In is owned by a company called Callison. Our foundation is in meter asset provider, installer. We deploy a lot of CapEx to help the rollout of smart meter. That's also fairly negative press at the minute, so I won't dwell too much on that. But we are in work. We're building out propositions, Heat as a Service. The product validation that Sam Peach, my colleague, spoke to earlier is around getting a fundamental idea of what those barriers to adoption are and how we then shape our propositions off the back of it. And a huge point of that would be addressable upfront costs, but also making it more accessible to an open mass market. We appreciate, like EV, and I've been there with other companies, getting an EV is one thing, getting an EV charger is another, not a huge expenditure, talking about £1,000 to get a charger in the wall. Heat pumps are a lot more expensive, but we are looking at it, and hopefully with partnerships in the room with the big energy retailers, we'll be able to make that happen very, very soon.
Just from a British Gas Centrica point of view, we offer heat pumps from $499, which is very cheap, and 0% finance for 2 years. So we are already really bringing the costs down, and now we're going to be introducing our heat pump tariff later this month, which will help reduce and rebalance the electricity gas prices. So businesses are working on that. We're not alone in the industry. Other people have also great propositions. So there is competition, and we're constantly looking at what we're doing and what others are doing to make sure that it is competitive and it's the best opportunity and prices for customers.
Very good. So thank you very much indeed, everybody. I'd just like to make a few final remarks, and then we will be making a special collaborative announcement with Ian Fisher from Plug Me In. But firstly, thanks once again to all of our speakers across both this panel and all of the panels, to our two side event organisations, Geo Energy and Oxford City Council, and of course our panel partners and our headline sponsor, Kensa, Vaillant, Plug Me In and Centrica. Also thanks to Lord Callanan and the team at DESNZ. Obviously great to have Lord Callanan involved. And special thanks once again to Matt Matt Aylott and Jan Rose now, they were very instrumental in the early design thinking around this summit project, so special thanks to them from me. And of course, a big thanks to the Green TV Media team who, as I'm sure you're very keenly aware now, deliver a superlatively professional experience of a summit with all of the various facets that you've experienced today. I think we've clearly captured a direct need for the sector to come together in a spirit of high-level collaboration to take heat pump technologies into our everyday and working lives. Our final topic obviously discussed the crucial topic of bringing consumers along on the heat pump transition, and it's exactly on that topic that I'd like to make a very special announcement along with our partners Plug Me In. At Green TV Media, 5 years ago, we began working on an idea in the e-mobility space. So I mentioned World EV Day, which in its 5th year this year has become the biggest global media campaign in the e-mobility space, and we plan to do exactly the same in the heat pump sector. World EV Day has attracted engagement from prime ministers. Boris Johnson got involved, mayors and major government departments worldwide, as well as leading businesses in the EV sector. And it's by bringing the e-mobility community together in a day of change and engagement that we captured the imagination of leaders. So we now plan to do the same in the heat pump space. I'd like to play in a short video to give you a taster of our exciting new heat pump campaign, a campaign we'd very much like to share with you and to involve everyone here in this room soon. So if the team could play in the video, please. Oh, sorry? We've got a keynote from Aira. Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm very sorry. Yeah, we have a keynote from Aira. Sorry about that. So, yeah, thanks very much indeed to the panel, and let's invite our keynote up from Aira. Matt Isherwood will join us from Aira. Sorry, Matt. Yeah.
I'm never sure whether it's best being first up or last up, but hopefully I'll not stand in your way for too long and then you share that great news by video. So I'm Matt Isherwood, Service Operations Director for Aira in the UK. Been a really good, I've thought, sort of insightful, interesting day, listening to the talks. Every one of them's been engaging. And I've no jokes to share, so I'm not going to even try, but what I would thought is I'd just reflect on what we've heard from today. So Councillor Anna Railton opened the session, really informative about what's happening in Oxford. We've had keynote speeches from Dan Rosenfield, Jan, Matthew Aylott. We've had panels around collaboration, democratising the heat pump revolution, closing the skills gap, delivering decarbonisation at scale. The list sort of goes on. And then we obviously had Lord Callaghan, who's always great to listen to and hear his view on things. So a bit about me before I go into any slides. I joined Aira 11 months ago. Before that, I was at British Gas and Centrica for 22 years. So we talk about transition. I spent 22 years working with fossil fuels and gas, and for the last 11 months, heat pumps only with Aira. So, you know, it is possible. It may take us a little bit longer to transition our heat, but it's definitely possible. Why was I attracted to Aira? So the mission to decarbonise residential heating and the group's mission to decarbonise global emissions by 1% became really, really important to what I wanted to do. And that's what made me join Aira after such a long time at British Gas. So why am I here talking about Sweden? For, you know, a guy who's quite clearly never lived outside of Bolton, his hometown. It's because Aira is a Swedish clean energy tech champion. We launched in Stockholm in June 2023. And we're now helping customers across 3 markets, Germany, Italy and the UK, to switch to heat pumps. As a Swedish company, we've got a heritage of heat pump technology. We've heard about Sweden loads today, and I was quickly scribbling things out so I didn't repeat things during this, but we heard Sweden and the other Nordic countries and Scandi countries talked about a lot. They know how heat pumps work. A few weeks ago it was minus 25, and I was looking at monitoring of our heat pumps in Sweden, and the houses were at 22, 23, 24 degrees. Heat pumps work. Our CEO, Daniel Serrafield, who can't be here today, regularly talks about the first time he saw one had to operate a gas boiler was in May this year when he moved to London to head up our business. He's grew up 40 years, never had to operate a gas boiler. And as sort of the final keynote of the day, I'll talk through some of the lessons that can be learned from Sweden and hopefully some new messages that we've not heard already from others. So the map that you can see there shows Europe's CO2 emissions from a residential heating, and it really caught our attention at the beginning of the Aira journey. Where we're founded in Stockholm and Sweden, as you can see there, emissions from heating account for just 1% of the total carbon emissions in Sweden. Across Europe, that's 10 to 20%, and there's significantly different reasons between the countries. A lot of that comes down to large-scale electrification of heating in countries like Sweden and high penetration of heat pumps versus other countries. And in Sweden, 92% of new heating systems install the heat pumps. And as we said before, 1% carbon emissions come from heating. We're currently at 16, or if you believe the latest report, 18%. And in our other markets, Italy 12%, Germany 11%, massive, massive emissions from carbon heating. So how did Sweden get there? You know, we spoke about it a couple of times, but there's no surprise on this. We can see on here a 10-year journey to a 60% heat pump penetration in Sweden, largely driven by carbon taxation, subsidies, and the oil to electricity spread. In the UK, we call that the gas to electricity spread or the spark spread. And we talked about in the first panel about how do we get from early adoption to mass uptake. In Sweden, they saw 13x growth over 10 years, so it's possible. So looking firstly on the carbon tax, we can see in 1993, the CO2 tax was at 45 euros. And then 10 years later, in 2003, it jumped to 85 euros. And that's a trend I think we've all agreed and talked about through different panels today. It's a trend we need to see elsewhere. The spark spread, as we call it, is the worst in Europe at the moment, in the UK. I think it was mentioned before, just over 4, and that is what we're seeing. In 2004, the 50% installation subsidy was introduced. So there was a subsidy that contributed towards the cost of transition to a heat pump. And that drove adoption and a 35% reduction in total cost of ownership. And then finally, in 2006, there was another subsidy which was around the conversion of oil boilers to heat pump. And that reduced a further 15% the total cost of ownerships of heat pumps. So looking at the rates and trends from Sweden, as we saw in the previous slide, it's clear that the boiler is the enemy. It makes no sense installing gas-burning boilers and fossil fuel-burning boilers in UK homes today. But 60% of residential heating still comes from fossil fuel-based sources, contributing to double the CO2 figure of emissions that we're seeing in countries outside of Scandinavia. And whilst countries inside Scandinavia have electrified their heating with heat pumps, other European countries are still stuck with this old efficient way of heating, using gas and oil and sometimes coal in about 130 million homes across Europe. Every year, 7 to 9 million of those boilers break, and still to this day, the vast majority are being replaced with new gas boilers. And that will then be on the wall, and the customer will be stuck with that for the next 15 years. UK-wise, we had a number about 1.6 million before. Certain reports say it's about 1.8 million. There's still a hell of a lot of gas boilers changed every year. And if you look at the ambition of the government, by 2028, 1/3 of those boilers changed in the UK every year will have to be a heat pump. So we've got a huge journey to go on. So residential homes in most of Europe, as we see, are heavily dependent on fossil fuels, and it's not a long-term smart choice for households. We know that residential heating comprises the vast 40% of household emissions, so we at Aera feel it's time to go for a cleaner, greener, and less cost option to heating our homes. We know that heat pumps are the way forward, so why are heat pump adoption rates so low across Europe? And in UK, that's 1%, Germany 3%, Italy 6%. So there's a lot of a way to go. There's historically a few main inhibitors. We've talked about them already today. Artificially low gas prices, subsidies shifted to electricity rather than gas, low awareness, low adoption, low uptake of heat pumps, and high upfront costs. But I think we all need to accept that high gas prices are here to stay. We've got European-wide taxation of heating-related CO2 that will hit gas prices in the years to come. We also have to expect, and hopefully Matthew confirmed it before, that today's taxes and levies across the UK, where clean electricity is subsidising gas, will change and make it a fairer playing field. There is now a sense of urgency for the climate. Never before have I seen as many positive messages about heat pumps. We have spoke about quite a lot of negativity, but this year has seen a shift change. Governments are introducing generous subsidies, as we've talked about, to switch to that clean energy tech, and energy security, following the terrible invasion of the Ukraine, is still a concern, and we need to break our dependency on oil and gas. We're also at ERA removing the final hurdle of cost by offering a zero upfront model, and thereby making the future energy tech accessible and affordable for every home. The second panel today highlighted that 56% of people saw cost as a barrier, and we want to remove that, and we will remove it with an end-to-end customer journey. So what will we do, and what have we learned in Sweden and other Scandinavian countries that we'll bring to the UK and other countries across Europe in time that will help us adopt heat pumps at the rates that other countries in Northern Europe have? ERA's unique vertical integration, providing an end-to-end solution, will be part of that. As a direct-to-consumer product company, products designed with end users in mind, with an aim for quick and simple installation. We've just opened our own gigascale factory that will manufacture 500,000 heat pumps a year at scale. And we're providing our own clean energy expert workforce across the UK to ensure that we see consistent and high quality customer experience, something that we've talked about a lot today that isn't always the case. We'll hire and train our own installers, and we know that we need thousands of clean energy experts to deliver and install clean energy solutions across UK homes. And we'll do that both through our internal academies and also through trusted partners. ERA will provide financing, which will become more and more important as people put more clean energy tech into their homes. And our monthly payment model will make sure that we provide a long-lasting relationship with our customers. And then to make sure that we can look after our customers for the duration, for 15 years, we will remotely monitor, service, diagnose and repair any faults through our unique ERA intelligence system that is built into the heat pump. So we want to make the switch as easy as possible. We've talked around, somebody mentioned before, I think it was Gail, that customers don't know where to start, and then when they do start, they don't know at what part of the journey they're on and what to do next. And Dan also mentioned that whatever we offer needs to be simple and affordable. So we, as I talked about, will offer hassle-free, everything's included. We'll manage the subsidies, we'll manage planning permission, energy consultation, design, installation service, and ongoing maintenance for a period of 15 years. The customer will pay nothing up front, and there'll be a suite of financing products to help them do that. We'll release an industry-first 15-year comfort guarantee, making sure that the product, installation and performance are guaranteed on the day that we install it and 15 years later. We'll guarantee installation where planning permission isn't required. I won't touch on planning, we've spoke about that quite a lot, within 4 weeks, breaking the industry trend to try and address some of the more urgent replacements that are needed. And the intelligence that I spoke about future-proofs your home. So we've heard about Tesla and iPhone and other things, but just think about that with a heat pump, that when there's an update to be added or an improvement that could be added, that is remotely added to that heat pump and system to make sure it's optimal and always the most modern piece of technology you've got. So I think to close, it'd be wise just to sort of recap on a few of the learnings from Sweden. Right? So taxes, levies, the rebalancing of costs are key to changing the adoption and the rate of adoption. If we can address the spark spread in the UK, heating your home with electricity becomes more affordable. We can still focus on efficiency, which makes it even more affordable. Subsidies do help. It's proven in Sweden that they help, and providing financial support for families and households will undoubtedly move some of the barriers, but not all of them. Therefore, payment plans and flexible ways of being able to own a heat pump and still attract those subsidies become even more important. The technology works, and it's the future of home heating. Nobody should contemplate putting a gas boiler in the middle of the home for the next 15 years. We see them operating, as I said before, in Arctic temperatures. Nobody complains they're cold. If they work in Sweden and Denmark and Finland, they will work in the UK. And the cost savings are undeniable, and they're only set to increase. So now is the time. We know the technology works. We know what we need to do in the UK. We've talked about it all day. Heat pumps will be the chosen technology to heat our homes. And I think the next steps, and somebody mentioned before, we have to work with each other. no one business will win this fight. We'll do it together. We need to collaborate, we need to share findings, we need to share information and share data. And then let's go out and decarbonise the UK stock one house at a time. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for the closing Scandi keynote. So, as I was saying, we would just like to finish with a closing film to outline the new collaborative campaign that we have planned for the heat pump sector. So if we could play in the closing film, please. So we aim to think very, very big and to create what will be a national institution in the calendar year, a week to bring everybody together in this room and the wider culture of consumers in the UK around a defined catalyst in Heat Pump Week that every year will be a week of activations to engage business, government and consumers. And I'm doing this, making this announcement in partnership with Plug Me In. So I'd just like to welcome back to the stage Ian Fisher, the Director of Marketing from Plug Me In. Thanks, Ian. Ian, thanks very much indeed for your support for this incredible, groundbreaking new project. Give us a sense of what your aspirations are for Heat Pump Week, please.
So I've got the easy and privileged job of standing here on behalf of everybody at Plug Me In and the Callison Group at Wide to say, well, one, thank you. I think you come to me with this a couple of weeks ago and it was an absolute no-brainer. He did that before saying he was a Tottenham fan and I'm an Arsenal fan, so probably well worked. But no, genuinely, we are super excited. I touched upon it on some of my answers on the panel, that taking it out of this room and actually activating it, and a lot of people have said it already, putting our money where our mouth is something that we and I am passionate about. I think the next couple of weeks are going to be super exciting as we pull together what Heat Pump Week looks like. Aid also swore me to secrecy, but has already told me that a few of you already know and are keen to be a part of it, so that's another lie. But that's good news, right? And we need to be more selfless. It needs to be collaborative, as we've heard today. So yeah, please don't shy away from the conversations. I mean, a bit of a call to arms, but I mean, we need you. This project needs you. The UK needs all of us to pull together, and this is something I think will truly work.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian. I know a number of you have already expressed your support for collaborating around Heat Pump Week, so very much look forward to having some conversations with you around that. I'm sure we'll, in partnership, deliver a week of genuine consumer engagement to help on the 600,000 a year installation journey that we know we all need to go on. The next journey we all need to go on is, I think, towards a beer or a glass of wine in the networking space out there. So let's carry on the conversation over a drink. And thank you very much indeed to everybody for your involvement here today. A big round of applause to us all, I think. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.